All right, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. We'll begin the city council meeting on Thursday, April 16th, 2026 at 6 p.m. City Secretary, if you'll call roll, please.
Yes, ma'am. Mayor Restrictive.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Warnock.
Here.
Councilmember Garza. Here. Councilmember Rose Contreras.
Here.
Councilmember LaPointe. Here.
We have quorum. If you'll please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, we don't have any announcements or mayor comments at the moment. We will move on to public comment. We have Jeff Hummel. He'll come.
On? Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to read from the statement since I only have about 3 minutes for this comment, and because of my work obligations, I need to leave right after this public comment. This is in regard to my name appearing in the agenda item 6.9. The issue, as I understand it, relates to a professional complaint that was made against our former finance director, Deborah French, for the unprofessional behavior that was observed while she was here working at the city. So first of all, I have several issues with this agenda item. First is that I think it's important to point out of the conflict of interest that exists with Councilwoman LaPointe, who is trying to quash this complaint to protect her former business associate, Deborah French. Both of you worked as members of the senior financial staff of Caldwell County, where you were in charge of tax appraisals. Deborah was in charge of accountability of auditing where that revenue went. So that's two ends of the same financial pipeline. That's not casual. That's not a remote relationship. That's an established professional relationship that raises serious questions about your ability to be able to be objective in this situation. There's proof of your work together too. I can provide that to the city attorney. What also concerns me is that you're asserting that I engaged in behavior that was so egregious that it warrants an immediate removal from the board, apparently with no due process at all. No phone calls, no meetings. I haven't even seen you at an EDC meeting since you've been on this council. So that's clear that there's a conflict of interest in this case. And let me be clear, I am not here because I'm worried about being removed from the EDC. I'm here to let the community know how hypocritical and self-serving this action item is for you to leverage your position of authority to help a former business associate sidestep accountability, and quite frankly feels like you're trying to intimidate me to withdraw this complaint. You took an oath to protect this community, hold people accountable, being transparent, have integrity. However, you cannot literally scream justice and accountability for everyone while at the same time subverting things that we're trying to do just that. It sends the wrong message. It sends the message that accountability and integrity applies to everyone except your friends and associates. That's an obvious effort to protect one of your former business associates. So if there's any action that needs to be taken on item 6.9, is that you, Councilwoman LaPointe, need to immediately recuse yourself and abstain from any further discussions, voting, conversations that have to do with this professional complaint, or even the possible criminal complaint that you've been considering as a council. You are too involved. You're too close to make an objective decision. You need to show some true leadership here and integrity and step out of this. It's clear that this complaint is not about me. It's about protecting your ally, a friend, and a business associate, and that should not be let slide. You'd be well served to remember that Deborah is the one who engaged in this behavior that generated this complaint in the first place. Not me, not you, and that's why I stand firm on this complaint of unprofessional conduct. As a licensed professional myself and as a citizen of this city, I have the obligation to hold our professionals accountable to the very standards they pledge to uphold, friend or otherwise. So I urge you, Councilwoman LaPointe, to
Thank you,
explain
Mr.
to the
Hummel.
community why everybody should be
Thank
held
you, Ms.
accountable.
Thank you, Mr. Hummel. We have Mr. Gronzik.
Thank you, man. If I'd known that was going to happen, I would have added to my agenda comment. But I would also just like to add that if anybody's going to be voting on this, any dual hat members need to recuse themselves from any votes tonight as it regards to what Mr. Hummel was talking about. But members of council, my comment has to do more with about the fact that the community is gravely concerned about repeated mishandlings of elections. With past transparency issues and criminal arrests, many believe that the city secretary may be deliberately trying to derail this election to protect the current administration. All of us running have invested our time, we've invested our money, and we've invested our effort. And while I'm not an election expert, I'm not paid to be, the election order, from my understanding, should have been submitted for the May election by February the 13th. Yet counties still have nothing on their websites recognizing our election. On top of that, we have a city secretary who nearly botched the ballot drawing process. Now early voting begins next Monday. People are expected to cast their votes. And the question is, are they going to be able to? If it hadn't been for Councilwoman Garza discovering all this, we probably all would have been disserviced. But we have a city secretary who, according to our transparency link on the city website, makes over $200,000 a year. And the simplest of tasks, whether it's, I don't know, paying police vehicles, sending in election orders, running drawings, seems to be apparently way too hard to execute. By law, the county has to have an order, and the deadline is April the 22nd. But the caveat here is voting starts April the 20th. So my question is, when was the city secretary planning on placing this order with the counties? Additionally, there has to be public notice for this election. I hadn't seen it on our website. We're not doing a very good job on managing this election. We're not doing a very good job on the website, and I think whoever is in charge of that needs to be held accountable. We cannot have people show up next week and unable to vote. We need to address this tonight. We don't want excuses, and I'm just waiting for the excuse to blame the former city administrator one more time. We don't want excuses, we want solutions, and we want you to address this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Gronzik.
I do want to put one point of comment on that the ordinance for calling the election was approved by this body on January 13th. It did go to the counties on February 10th.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to add something on that.
Sorry, it's not a discussion.
Add to what he said.
No, I'm
not
sorry.
to-
Not anything from the crowd. Thank you. We don't need any comment from the crowd. Thank you. Sorry. Okay. So we will just carry on. Thank you. We are on items 5.1, acceptance of resignation of Economic Development Corporation, EDC, Director, Place 6, Nicholas Gilroy. Councilmember Garza, you had requested this? Sorry.
This is consent agenda, right?
Did you ask for a dialogue? Did you want a discussion? Okay, just want to make sure. So I'll go ahead and also open 5.2 as well for the consent agenda item. Consider approval of minutes from the February 5th, 2026 City Council meeting. So these are consent agenda items. Unless you'd like a dialogue about them, they need to be pulled down to the discussion section.
I would like to pull out 5.2.
5.2,
Mhm.
the minutes.
Mhm.
Okay. All right, so we are now just on consent agenda item 5.1.
Make a motion to accept the resignation of Economic Development Corporation Director, Place 6, Nicholas Guillory.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Warndall, second by Councilmember Rollins Contreras. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
All right,
Councilmember Lapointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Aye.
Thank you. We're pulling out item 5.2 into discussion and possible action. Consider approval of minutes from the February 5th, 2026 City Council meeting.
So for this one, I just want to make a record that the exact verbiage was in the previous agenda item. And what has been requested by Councilmember Garza is amending it, and it is not exact to what was on the recording.
Are you talking about 6.4?
No,
5.2.
I know, but your reference to the meeting minutes, right?
The meeting minutes from February 5th of 2026.
Right. And so then your comments about that meeting is in regards to 6.4 of February 5th meeting.
This is for the meeting minutes from February 5th of 2026 that you asked to have it worded a certain kind of way that I did not word it.
Right. And so then I'm referring to the meeting minutes for the same day, which happens to be agenda item 6.4. And the only difference is TML in parentheses that I can remember, because I didn't want someone to ask for open record 6 months down the road and then discover that there's a government agency telling council that they're okay to approve an audit, and then they can go ahead and go back and amend it. And so that was, TML is not a government agency. The director is working for TML, Marty Robinson. She's a director of government finance. You got the opportunity to talk with her. I called her, I left her a message, I emailed her. She did not call me back.
Marty Simpson. I don't know who Marty Robinson is.
Marty Simpson.
And again, the language that was used previously was exactly what I said, and I'm just making it known to the public that you're asking for it to be changed to something that I did not say. That's, I don't have anything else to say about that.
Okay. And as a follow-up, I just,
In addition, I'm sorry, in addition to that, I never said that she said that we should just approve the audit. I said she said that we could approve it and amend it later. I didn't say that she said, she told us to. And you were invited to go and speak with her together as you and I being on the finance committee, but you chose not to. You had the opportunity to talk to her.
and I did call, and I did email her, and I left her a message, and I did not get a call back. I did not get an invitation to go talk with you and her. There's nothing on record that told me, come on, we need to talk about this. There's nothing on record.
Okay. So we have some statements on record, but no other motions by council at the time about this item. Do we feel comfortable accepting it as is, or are there edits,
Yes, I'm fine with it.
council?
Because she did admit that that's who she was referencing.
Oh, is your mic on? The live won't pick it up if it's not on. Yeah.
I do agree with the changes or accept the changes because Councilmember Contreras did agree that that's the, not company, agency she was referencing.
And it's in the original agenda meeting minutes. The one that we had prior to this, it's already in there.
The name of the, just to be clear for everyone, the name of the agency is spoken out for all its parts. And Councilmember Garza, you're asking for the abbreviation, in addition to, Mhm. Oh, your microphone. They can't hear you on the feed.
It's abbreviated here. I didn't ask for an abbreviation. I wanted to make sure that anyone asking for this open records, meeting minutes, to know that it was not a government agency and that it was TML that Ms. Councilmember Contreras talked with, not a government agency. A TML is an independent company, not a government agency.
Texas Municipal League.
I'm pretty
Right.
sure.
Yeah, and that was established. And you did ask for the acronym to that name
That's fine.
added. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
It's on here.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay. Any other deliberation or comment? Okay. Do we have any motions for it, council?
I can make a motion. I make motion to accept 5.2, consider approval of minutes from the February 5th, 2026 City Council meeting.
We have a motion by Councilmember Garza,
I'll second.
second by Councilmember Lapointe. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall,
No.
Councilmember Lapointe,
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Contreras,
No,
Councilmember Garza,
Yes.
I'm considering voting no because there seems to be some dissension in the council about this. I'm gonna vote. Sorry, I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna vote yes. Okay, we're on item 6.1, consider an ordinance amending the city's fee schedule for building plans, permit, and inspection. City Administrator?
Thank you. With us today is Bureau Veritas. I'm going to call to them to come up and speak a little bit more about this item. But the main gist of this item is amending our building fees, both commercial and residential, to allow for this city to recover some of the costs by adding a 15% surcharge on their fees, essentially. So currently, the way that our process works is we work through BV for a full service inspection and review process, and then we pay them for those services, which essentially encumbers all the money we would make per permit. So I will defer to Bureau Veritas to allow him to explain the fee schedule and how it's set up, and then to give a little bit of context about what our neighboring cities do as well.
So my name is Mike Olson. Everybody calls me Mo. I'm the Regional Director of Operations for Bureau Veritas. When the city of Uhland signed a contract with us, we have a set fee schedule that's within that contract of what we charge you as the city to do your plan review and inspection services on residential and commercial properties within the city of Uhland. There's also some other fees that are in there, but those fees are for fire services, commercial services, and that you don't currently use. The fees that we have in here, for instance, a single-family residential home that's 1,500 square foot would cost the city $785 for us to do plan review and every inspection. What this ordinance is doing is taking that $785 and adding a 15% administration fee for you to administer, because there are still some items within the city that city staff has to do. They have to accept the permit. They have to send it to us to get reviewed. They have to, when we get the review and that review is complete and we send it back to the city, they have to get with the contractor and say, hey, your permit fee is X, Y, and Z. They need to come in. And so there's processes there that city staff still have to do. So what this does is so that the pass-through cost that already goes to the contractor, y'all are getting some, a surcharge, as they call it. We call it an administration fee to administer the contract and to make sure all that paperwork is right and legit. Y'all currently, with this proposed, would be a 15% upcharge. City of Martindale charges 20%. City of Creedmoor charges 20%. Those are both client cities of ours. City of Lockhart, they have their own fee that they charge through impact fees and a bunch of other stuff that they do. So that's how they make their administration fee to help cover that cost. But we currently do all of them. Of the cities that I represent, which is probably close to 80 that we do right now, that are in my realm from Hillsborough all the way down, the norm is 15 to 20% is what they're charging right now. So it's not an absurd number. You're not going to see this big drastic increase on a residential house. 15% of 785 ain't much. But when you have a commercial project come in, say it's a $6 million project, and our fee for that is $244,000. Okay. 15% of that kind of helps offset some of y'all's costs, whether it's internet, salaries, paper costs, computer costs, and stuff of that nature. So that's kind of what this ordinance does. It makes it to where the city is not out any money whatsoever for our services on the residential and commercial side of projects. And I'll answer any questions y'all might have.
Thank you, sir. Council, do you have any questions? Okay. Comments? Motions?
I will go ahead and make a motion to approve the amending the city's fee schedule for building plans, permits, and inspections to include that 15% administrative fee.
A motion by Councilmember Rollins Contreras. Second by Councilmember Lapointe. Mayor Pro Tem Morndal.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mo.
Yep. Thank y'all. Appreciate you.
Thanks. We are on item 6.2, consider an ordinance amending the city's purchasing policy. City Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a bit of a housekeeping item. The purchasing policy that's set forward by the state changes every couple of years, and recently it did change. And so this document is meant to align the city with the current state procurement policy, as well as to add some internal housekeeping rules to make sure that we're staying compliant with our procurement policy. Most importantly, I think if you read the forward page of this document, you'll see that the intent of this document is to align city staff with just having good governance. For example, I listed out 3 things that are crucial for procurement. One is, does this purchase provide the best value for the public's dollar? 2 is this purchase needed? And 3 is the procurement method legal, and does it meet the guidelines in this manual? So from there, you'll go through the policy and you'll see that it truly just matches the state laws. I added in there a bunch of definitions and just ways to better explain this to city staff and to you guys, because at some point, a lot of procurement will come to you guys if it exceeds $100,000 within this policy. It's important to note that this is not a free rein to just spend unlimited money as city staff. The previous ordinance, ordinance number 200, was kind of very loose. So it had $1,500 or less was city manager approved, city administrator approved, and $1,500 or more went to council. And then it also had provisions for the mayor to also be able to approve purchases as well. And so this document was meant to better align the city with state regulation. So the mayor is not technically a reviewer of procurement, which is what the state actually sets out. And so let me find the breakdown really fast so you guys can get a little bit of an idea of what we're talking about. I added a funds availability policy to make sure that every item has been checked with the budget. And then there's a process. If we want to spend money that's not in the budget, it comes to council for a budget amendment. So there should be no dollars spent by this city that hasn't been looked at by this city council. Another one is adding an ethics, conflicts of interest, and gratuities section. That way staff is held accountable. So if there is a mistake in the future, they're liable for that mistake. By signing this document, you are agreeing that you've read this policy and you'll follow it to the utmost degree. Going through adding exemptions for competitive procurement as located in Local Government Code 252.022, which allows for sole procurement, emergency purchases, et cetera. Grant funded requirements. And then it goes into detail about what the purchasing procedures are. So we've listed purchases less than $500, $500 to $3,000, more than $3,000, but less than $100,000, and $100,000 or more. And that again follows verbatim what the state allows for cities to be able to approve through city staff procurement. Again, I really want to emphasize the point of this document is to have for more transparency on our organization. Through the budgeting process, we'll identify ways that we'll spend taxpayer dollars. And this procurement policy makes sure that we're aligned and not wasting money and not having purchases that haven't been to council or approved by city council. And so I'll take any questions on it. Again, it's a pretty large document. It goes into pretty vivid detail about expectations for staff and procurement. And I'll take any questions you guys might have.
Hayden, when we did our agenda review meeting, you
Yeah.
had explained, because I was a little taken back by that $50,000 to $100,000 jump. I just won't be able to repeat it as well as you did on how it goes through our budget into that money actually being spent. I think that just needs to be talked about a little bit so council and the public understand what that power is and where that comes from and where that authority comes from.
Yep, no problem. So House Bill 4747 changed the procurement policy from $50,000 to $100,000. I believe that was either last year or 2 years ago. So it jumped from 50 to 100. The important thing to note is that that doesn't give the city administrator free reign to just go cut a check for $95,000. So the item that for purchase between $3,000 and $100,000 must have been identified and approved through the city's budget, through the budget process. So through the summertime and up until October, the city will go through a pretty extensive budget review process with myself and Zach Finance. And we'll go through all of our line items, identifying potential purchases in the future and potential procurement that might be necessary for the city to complete. What that means is city council is then delegating the authority to the city administrator to be able to do those purchases that have been agreed upon by council through the budgeting process. Good governance would mean that a city manager like myself would bring you guys things of large expense. If I'm spending $80,000, even though you approved it, you'll hear about it through the budget update because that's a pretty significant amount of our budget. But again, there should be no surprises. So if I think we're spending $80,000 on an item, it will have been extensively reviewed through the budget process, and then it'll be re-identified most likely prior to procurement because that's a pretty large impact to our finances. But again, it's just important to note that this is not a free reign to spend money. This is just a clarification on delegation and setting limits that match state law today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
I have a question. I know this is a purchasing policy that you have, but I just thought, how many credit cards does the city have right now? And then how many gas cards? Because those are separate.
Sure. So it'll be part of my administrative update towards the end of the meeting, but we'll do a little prelude to it. So the city currently has 3 credit cards that are currently on Fuelman, but those are set to be non-existent by the end of this month because the city is moving to the Texas state purchasing procurement policy. So rather than having a credit card, we'll have a purchase card that has to be paid off every single month. So there is no carried interest month to month like there currently has been with our city credit cards. So to answer your question, historically there was about 9 or 10 credit cards. Every gas card was a credit card. All gas cards have been taken except for the police chief, public works supervisor, and then the main city card. But again, those are set to go away at the end of this month because we'll move to a P card system. And then in terms of fuel cards are associated per vehicle. So the vehicles themselves have a WEX card that requires the employee to insert their employee ID number, the current vehicle mileage, and then when they go to fill up, they'll put their mileage in again because the WEX system keeps track of how many miles were between each fuel refill. And again, that's just a way for us to have greater accountability for how we're spending our gas. So off the top of my head, we have at least 9. We have 9 police cars. We have 3 public works vehicles. So that equals 11. And then there's another fuel card for public works to fuel our mowers and our auxiliary items. But again, every single item requires an employee number. So there is a lot of accountability when it comes to fuel purchases currently.
Okay, thank you.
Did you say 9 and 3?
Yes.
Okay.
12. Sorry, math is hard
And
right
then,
now.
and then, was there another one after that? Did you say
So
9,
it's, sorry,
3, and 1?
it's 9 police cars, 3 public works vehicles, and then a public works auxiliary card for fueling mowers, and then the diesel we have for our equipment as well. So that one has purchase order numbers rather than vehicle mileage because there's no mileage on a mower per se, right? So you add a PO for what you're filling it for. So each mower has its own number as well, and then you'll just log which equipment was getting gas.
Okay, thank you.
It's important to note that card as well has a much lower limit than a normal fuel card as well. So that card taps out at $100 as opposed to hundreds of dollars for the normal fuel cards.
May I ask on page 9 where section 2, architect and engineering procurement policy, referencing Texas Government Code section 2254, but has it changed? Previously, it used to be that legal services was also something that was done through qualification rather than bid amount. So is that still the same way?
Yeah, I probably should update that because it's professional services as a whole. Then I go on to
Yes.
list out a few. So I just need to add in there legal fees as well. But yes, to answer your question, and this is for the public as well, when you hire professional services, you base off of the utmost qualified, not the least or most expensive. Because once you deem someone qualified, you enter negotiations for their cost of services. At that point, you determine if the city can afford it or not. But yeah, so legal, planning, engineering, all those professional services you would acquire go through the same procurement policies. So I'll add that in there as a change to this.
Correct. And since I'm familiar with the terminology of request for qualification proposal rather than just a request for bid or request for proposal, so that the firms that are submitting their qualifications, their information, understand that that's first and foremost what we're looking at. Can we, on page 5, where it has the definitions, and it has a definition of a request for proposal, would it be okay to add in there request for qualifications proposal? And then we can define it as for all professional services to include but not limited to architectural, legal, and others such as that. Because I know when the council wants to vote to, go out for a city attorney, for example, we're going to do it by a request for qualifications. So that would be my recommendations on those two changes.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be an easy change. I can do that after this meeting.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions or comments? Do we have any motions?
I make a motion to accept 6.3, consider a resolution declaring certain police vehicle, no, wait a minute. Am I on?
6.2.
6.2, excuse me. I make a motion to accept 6.2, consider an ordinance amending the city's purchasing policy.
With Mary's change,
Oh,
with Mary's changes.
Oh,
You said amending it?
did I? Well, let me think about it. With the changes that Councilmember Mary Lapointe made for page 5 and page 9.
okay. We have a motion by Councilmember Garza,
Second.
second by Councilmember Rollins Contreras. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Yes. I
Thank you. We are on 6.3. Consider a resolution declaring certain police vehicles and associated equipment as surplus property and authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute the sale or transfer of such property, including to another governmental entity in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 272 and Section 791.025 Government Code. City Administrator?
Thank you. From the last meeting, you'll remember that we discussed some vehicles we had, 9 of which, how they were acquired through different procurement policy processes. There were 2 that were identified that were purchased without going to council, which were the 2 that were from September 2024. This item is meant to make whole our procurement issue from those vehicles, essentially. Will allow us to, I use the term surplus, but in reality, the goal here is for us to sell to an adjacent government entity because the local government code gives us authority to sell vehicles to them at a higher cost than if we were to surplus, going to an auction. So over the last couple of weeks since that last meeting, you guys instructed me to make some changes with police financing. I've discussed with some cities the option to potentially buy vehicles from us. Have not discussed pricing very much, just keep it very high level to see who's interested. There are about 5 cities who have expressed interest in buying these vehicles from us. So the request tonight is for us to allow me to enter good faith negotiations with these cities. And then in May, an ILA will be brought back to you guys, securing the transfer of these vehicles to another government agency. That will be the formal process I will go through. So again, you'll allow me to surplus these vehicles. I'll identify a buyer for these through a government agency. We'll then enter an interlocal agreement that allows us to sell these vehicles to another government. And then I'll bring it to you guys with a purchase price, an ILA, and then most likely a bill of sale. And then the intention of that money is to use those funds to pay the lease for year 1. And then the other money will either be used to purchase a vehicle out of the lease that we currently have, or use that money in our general fund for other expenses. We'll cross that bridge, I think, once we identify how much money we'll get from these vehicles, because I have a dream, but obviously resale has its numbers. So that is the request. Any questions you guys might have on this item, I'm very happy to answer them.
I have a question because you talk fast. Just the last part, just want to clarify. You said the money that we procure for these 2 cars is going to pay for using the leased vehicles and something else.
So hypothetically, as you guys remember, the lease amount for year 1 was reduced to about 40,000 and some change. So the dream would be to sell these cars for roughly 40,000 a piece, factoring depreciation. It's important to note these cars only have about 3,000 miles on them each, so their resale value should be tremendous. The goal would be to use 1 vehicle sell to make whole the lease from year 1. And again, this will all be brought to you guys for a decision. So this won't happen with just me making decisions behind the scenes. In May, we'll identify the use of these funds as we identify a buyer. The remainder money can then be put into our essential general fund to help just cover expenses, or we can then choose to buy a vehicle out of our leasing program. So the leases do not have a penalty for early payment. So we could choose to make whole one of the vehicles as part of the lease and remove it from the lease, and then absolve us from the interest of 1 vehicle, because they're about 40-some thousand dollars and some change per vehicle.
Does the contract say how much to get out of 1 car? Is it a certain price for each car?
For the lease, each car was identified individually. So there is no lump sum to buy out 1 car. Each car has its own valuation. I have to double check, but the lease had a total value. And so we'll make the year 1 payment, which will reduce each vehicle by 10%. And then from there, we'll have a purchase price for one of the vehicles to pull it out of the lease if we so choose, or we can use that money and just put it in our general fund. Again, I'll bring to you guys probably 3 or 4 different options to move through, and then this body can make a decision on how the money is spent.
Oh, yes, one more thing. I think you had said in the last meeting that those 2 surplus cars were fully equipped. So what's going to happen to all of that equipment?
It depends on the buyer. So if the buyer has use for those Axon cameras that are currently installed and the harnesses that are in them, they would transfer exactly, which then also increases the value of the car. So Axon is very tricky because they're kind of a monopoly service for police vehicles. So the hope is that we find a buyer who can just plug and play straight into these vehicles, which then add value. If they don't use the Axon cameras, we'll have to strip them of their mechanical pieces inside. They'll get basically just a police car with nothing in it. So depending on who we identify will mean the value of these cars. And I'll have to defer to Chief if Axon cameras can be resold. I'm not quite sure, because that gets very tricky, because they're assigned to a contract. So if we can identify somebody, and again, Axon is kind of like the tire technologies of camera systems. It's expensive and a lot of people use it. So finding a buyer that needs that will be probably pretty easy. For example, Mustang Ridge uses the exact car that we have out there. It's the exact same model, exact Axon system. So that just adds value to basically a turnkey vehicle for them.
Any other questions, council, or comments? Do we have any motions? Oh, do you mind putting your mic on? Thank you.
I make a motion to accept 6.3, consider a resolution declaring certain police vehicles and associated equipment as surplus property and authorizing the city administrator to negotiate and execute the sale or transfer of such property, including to another governmental entity in accordance with Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 272 and Section 791.025 Government Code.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Garza, a second by Councilmember Rollins Contreras. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Aye.
Thank you. I will be opening the next 3 for efficiency per also the request of our city planner. So bear with me. 6.4, consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal services agreement associated with a voluntary annexation request of approximately 17.466 acres of land, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District, property ID numbers R12296 and R60912. Also opening item point 5, consider public hearing and an ordinance annexing into the city limits approximately 17.466 acres of land out of the TB Westbrook Survey, abstract number 468, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District, property ID numbers R122916 and R60912, and generally located on Camino Real, approximately 4,250 feet northeast of the intersection of High Road and Camino Real. Also opening item 6.6, consider public hearing and an ordinance rezoning approximately 106 acres of land out of the TB Westbrook Survey, abstract number 468, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District, property ID numbers R18792, R18793, R122916, and R60912, and generally located on Camino Real, approximately 4,250 feet northeast of the intersection of High Road and Camino Real, from Agricultural District A and General Business District B to Planned Development District PDD. Do we have anybody in the public for the public hearing portion? Oh, you'd like to speak
Well,
first?
I was going to
Okay.
say, we have two separate public hearings that we'll have to hold
Okay, gotcha.
individually, I'm sure. And so what I would like to do, if it works
Present.
for everybody,
Okay.
so that the public is aware, a lot of people are, because the presentation that the applicant gave at the last meeting. But if you don't mind hearing me, what I'll do is just give a quick presentation on these items. We can open the public hearings, go through that, or the applicant can speak during the public hearings as well to fill in any of the gaps. I'll give you the high level since we did go into detail on it last week. So these three items, they're all interrelated. The first item is a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a service agreement. This is a requirement of annexing property. So all property that the city annexes in voluntarily comes with a services agreement that says, upon annexation, the city will provide these services. So the services that are being committed here are the same services we serve everywhere in the community. So it's solid waste collection, police service, city regulation, code enforcement, building permits, etc. There's nothing special about this project from any others. And the reason that we're looking at the reason that we are dealing with the annexation is, as you can see up on this zoning map that I've got it kind of framed out the overall project. You'll see that white section kind of towards Highway 21, that area is currently not in the city limits. So it's the remaining portion of a 17-acre tract. The very frontage, which is about 300 feet deep in blue, that portion is. And so as a part of this property, the applicant has requested to voluntarily annex that land, in part because the city cannot extend its zoning authority onto land that is not within the city limits. The applicant has also requested that obviously all three of these items be heard, because if council is not interested in ultimately approving the planned development district, which is also being requested for this property, that you also look at not approving the annexation at that point, because obviously they're not, the property owners are not interested in being annexed into the city if they don't receive favorable zoning for their project. So with that, I will kind of run through this real quick. So here's kind of a survey of the overall tract. Again, it breaks up into two pieces. The larger rectangular portion is the back part of the existing HCISD Uhland Elementary School tract, which is a very large tract that continues all the way from High Road, basically to the floodplain and the edge of the city limits. It's a very large tract. The other tract in there is called the Rios tract, and that's the one that is subject to annexation this evening. Going through it and kind of along with the planned development district, because that's kind of the meat and potatoes of this project. As it was presented at the last meeting, this is proposed as a what we consider in the planning side and development side is a multifamily development, because it will be built out as a walkable single family community, but all on one lot, right? And the idea behind this is that these will be leased to HCISD employees and to the school district as a whole through a long-term lease, which will maintain a tax exemption on the multifamily sections. As you'll see kind of in the middle where you see the LR words, that's the town center. There's 2 commercial lots with the kind of salmon red colored buildings to the south or bottom of the page, as well as commercial lots along Highway 21. And that's a larger retail facility that they're looking at maintaining. Those will not be tax exempt. They will be subject to city ad valorem property taxes. We did, as a follow-up to the last meeting, put together some financial items with the help of the developer. Hopefully it kind of resolves and answers some of the questions about the financing and tax implications of this project. As a quick overview on that, as I mentioned, the parts that say MF1, where the homes will not be subject to city property tax, provided that it is long-term leased to the school district. If that ever changes hands or the lease agreement changes to something else and it becomes a for-profit enterprise, it will go back onto the tax rolls. So it's just the tax exemption only applies if it is long-term leased to the school district pursuant to state laws. In looking at this, as the property exists today, let me hop back a picture. That'll help a little bit. Currently, the big green block that's inside of that shaded area is on school district property. It is not eligible for property tax today. Of the Y-shaped track coming down towards 21, the only portion that is generating property tax is the 300 feet in the front of the property. The remaining portions currently in the ETJ does not generate any property tax for the city. Upon annexation, if all of this is approved, again, we would end up with the commercial sections, the 3 commercial lots all being subject to both city ad valorem tax and applicable sales and use tax as it applies. What that looks like on this project right now is that the town center likely will not be subject to city sales tax under the current arrangement, because as the council knows, back in 2013, and I apologize if I get any of the dates off, back in 2013, ESD1, Hayes Caldwell ESD1, went to election of the voters in their service district to assess the local sales tax. So the portion that would traditionally come to the city goes to the ESD for any land that was not within the city limits in 2013 when that election was passed. This piece of property for the school district was annexed after 2013. So it will not be subject to, the city's not able to collect sales and use tax unless an agreement is struck with the ESD. And that's the same item that the city has through in a number of places for anything that's been annexed after that election in 2013. The portion up adjacent to Highway 21 was annexed prior to 2013 and may be subject to city sales tax. I say may because it really depends on point of sale and better specificity as we get into that. Overall, I think when we talk about sales tax, it's probably a bigger conversation for city council at some point to also look at approaching the ESD on to see if there is an interest in splitting and sharing some of that between both jurisdictions. As far as ad valorem taxes and impacts of this project. So as it was mentioned in the last meeting, there is a public park. Let me see if I get a better picture. There you go. The blue area along where it kind of bottlenecks down is proposed as an approximately 3.75 acre public park. Based on current Central Texas commercial landscaping maintenance rates and things like that, it's anticipated that the annual cost will be potentially somewhere between $10,000 and $12,000, and that includes all landscaping, mowing, maintenance, et cetera, as well as annuitized resurfacing of pickleball courts, parking lots, replacements of nets, things, the normal maintenance that cities do for their park system. Additionally, the next service is going to be solid waste collection. Solid waste collection is not going to be a net cost to the city because they are required to have a service agreement for solid waste collection with the city and account just like everyone else does. The current plan for this site is that it will be serviced by community dumpsters, so it'll be a commercial account for that. And the city is, my understanding from talking with staff is the city is positive on those, and so there isn't a cost associated with solid waste collection on this property. For policing, which is the other service that's also being provided here. This is a little bit harder one to estimate and kind of put dollars towards. So in working with the developer, the kind of thing that we've put together is what we anticipate potential service calls to be, and what the value roughly of those service calls are. And if this development is going to require the need of additional police officers as a function of patrol capacity throughout the city. In reviewing and evaluating this, it is anticipated that this development would generate anywhere between 109 and 182 calls for service per year. The value of those calls per service is generally between $35 to $55 on average, which means a cost per year to provide policing here would be likely between $3,815 and $10,000. And again, a lot of this is very high level estimates because it's very, very, very difficult to itemize things down to that level. With the addition of these residential homes, the police department is adequately staffed to cover patrolling, and this is not going to need the addition of new officers to add it to the patrol area. As far as roadway maintenance goes, the collector class road that runs through it will be a public road, as well as the extension of Plum Creek. Both of those are master thoroughfare plan roads on the city's thoroughfare plan, meaning that anyone who develops property, has those roads on it, is required to generally dedicate and improve those roads. So whether it was this development or a different development, that road is, as such, we have not valued maintenance project because the cost of maintaining that road would be required by whoever and whatever development went there. And that's how your thoroughfare plan system works. Bits of this project from a sales and use and property tax rate are that it's anticipated that the 363 dwellings that will be created here will have an average of 2.5 residents. Yes, not half people. Some will have 3, some will have 2. And that generates 908 new residents. Based on some generally accepted off-site sales tax collection of new residents coming to the community and now spending money at community businesses such as buying gas, going to the Whataburger, patroning other establishments within the city. It is anticipated that the sales tax from that off-site generation will generate around $24,000, which breaks down to about $67.50 per household. Additionally, the ad valorem property tax for the commercial portions, it's anticipated that the plan is to create around 46,600 square feet of commercial space. And based on current costing of square footage and averaging, it's anticipated that that cost to bring that product forward will be around $9.6 million, which, utilizing the city's current tax rate, would mean that they will generate $17,280 in today's dollars per annum upon build out for those commercial properties. Again, that's very subjective based on what gets built, what the tenant mix is, retail versus office, et cetera, as well as how the county ends up valuating the property, because ultimately that will be up to the county appraisal district. So in summary, what that means is that the expense of this on city services, as anticipated in this memo, would cost the city somewhere between about $14,000 and $22,000 to provide service. The tax generation that's expected to be received from the city from the ad valorem and the offsite sales tax is $41,782. So you're looking at anywhere from a positive revenue difference, meaning that the city will receive more taxes than they expend on service, of somewhere between about $20,000 to $28,000. So hopefully that helps answer the questions that I know that we had last time about just making sure that it's not the project as a whole isn't being subsidized kind of by the Uhland taxpayer due to the tax exemption. These numbers, again, are all conservative. They're all estimates, but there's a pretty big discrepancy between what we think it will cost and what we believe the tax generation will be. And enough that I feel comfortable to say, hey, I seriously doubt this will cost the city money from a taxpayer perspective if approved. I think it will generate more than its share for service. So with that, real quick, to finish up the quick explanation of this project, it does include 363 dwelling units. Again, it's a mixture of different types and sizes. They will ultimately be built out in a very walkable pattern. This is a very unique development type. I will tell you that you do not have anything like this in the city. In fact, a lot of projects, this is the kind of project that cities come in and staff meets with developers at times and says, hey, I did this really cool project in this other state or this other city, and name your favorite thing, like in Marathon, Florida, where they've got a lot of neat developments and other things like that. This is that style of development. This is a very high-end requirement for walkable neighborhoods. They generally cost a lot more to develop, which is why the neighborhoods that we're seeing with small lots are not built this way. They're built as traditional front entry loaded product with very small lots so that they can be developed at an affordable price. This isn't a premium item. If this was done on the private side sector, this would be very, very costly to do, and you would see incredibly high property values from it. So just kind of keep those things in mind. And staff does recommend approval of this project as presented for the benefits that it provides both the community as a whole as well as the school district. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to the developer if they've got things to add, or the public hearing as council desires.
I do have some questions for you.
I won't go away. Generally, we'll do the public hearings
Okay.
first.
Yes, and we'll allow, would y'all like to say anything just before we open for public hearing, just as a essential?
Just want to say we've been here a couple times and, super supportive and excited, but welcome questions like we had last time. Thought you did a great job of breaking down the analysis of that. So just, we're here to answer questions and hopefully move forward and get this thing across the finish line.
Wonderful. All right, so right now we'll open up the public hearing for item, 6.4.
6.5.
6.5. Oh, we have 6.5 and 6. Thank you. 6.5. For 6.5, we're opening the public hearing at 6:55. Is anybody in the public tonight planning? Oh, so do you mind coming up? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Wendy Tristan. I actually work for the Hayes Central Appraisal District, and I just have a comment about the commercial use. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first $125,000 worth of value on a commercial property is tax exempt now. Thank the state passed that.
Okay.
Just one comment. So you're looking at however much money you think this commercial business is going to cost on the tax roll, deduct $125,000 off the top.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I was gonna,
Oh, nope, we have public
ahead.
comment. We're in public hearing. Do we have anybody else for public hearing comment? Yes, do you mind coming to the?
Hello, my name is Matthew Seffen. I'm trying to gather in. This is my first meeting to actually come here and go through all this. And I see all these buildings that are being built, and I see the stuff that they're proposing to build, which looks great. And what the upkeep is the same thing that I had behind my house, which was they were trying to make 16 acres into commercial property. And once that's changed, they can change it to whatever they want once they get whatever they want. Obviously, there's a standard that they have to meet at this point for building and code and stuff like that. But this is how we ended up getting our police department and stuff like this. I understand this is where it built up to, and things that were coming in, and they're developers that are coming into. I don't have anything against that part. My part that I worry about is all these houses ending up vacant, so close together. What are we going to do? I mean, if we have this much right now, they're renting out so many of them, then people are leaving Texas because of this. So I was just curious as to why we're actually even, well, I understand why we consider it. I understand where the upscale is and where it brings in more revenue for the city. Keep Uhland beautiful was a motto to destroy Uhland. And it has been destroyed by all this development. That's how I feel, and that's what I've seen. They do one thing, but turn another. It's once it's out of the developer's hands, and then it goes on. I haven't seen where it actually becomes something more profitable other than more problems. So I understand that there's other cities that go through, and they've negated 90% of what they want to come in because they want to build up the infrastructure first before they build in the community. Once they have the infrastructure, then they would build the community. So if you don't have the business to put all that in, it's not there. The location for everything else is already there because there's people renting out houses right now. Why wouldn't, I'm flabbergasted as to why there would be some more houses without infrastructure and being able to put people in the places. I understand SpaceX, Boring Group, all them, they're down the road, but that's still a drive. That's an hour, 2-hour drive for some people, depending on what time of day. So, and not to put a strain on the community or anything like that, where's all this water coming from? They've tried to drill for water down there, over there off of by Maxwell. They've tried it right there with where the city of Uhland was, or not the city, but the Uhland Elementary. There you go. That's what I'm trying to figure out is what is it there? We don't have the water. We don't have the supplies. You're looking at stuff to reinforce that, to build into the septic systems, the sewers, whatever you want to call them. They're running off of septics now. And
Thank you so much, sir.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and pick up where the gentleman left off. I would have a tendency to agree with a lot of the comments out here, and it's nothing against the school district, but it has more to do with how the development is occurring and whether or not we're really developing out smart. I think we've been hyper developed in terms of residential development, and I would agree with the gentleman and say that we definitely need more commercial focus and less on the residential at this point. The density has really hurt the water impact on the city and the drainage, and we're still dealing with all of that. I don't know for me personally if the revenue trade-off is really there. We're not making any kind of ad valorem off of the properties themselves because they're going to be tax exempt. So basically we're just looking at some commercial property that's already within our city limits. I just don't know. I think that we have to be very careful and selective about what we choose to bring in next. And I would submit to just really pause and slow down on the residential stuff for right now and have a bigger focus on bringing some positive commercial stuff that can really drive some really significant revenue for the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do want to provide
Oh,
one
sorry.
thing for the come from Matthew, because I think you weren't here at the previous meeting, and so there's a little bit of misinformation. So the project itself is being leased out as a master lease to the school, the ISD. So they will identify teachers and school staff to fill these units. There's not open market for anybody from the streets to come and live in this community. So Hayes ISD will then, from their entire ISD, will figure out who will qualify for this and then fill it. So I just want to make sure that there's a comment about it being vacant, but there's a master lease with the school and they'll use that to then fill it with their staff. So it won't be people living obviously from SpaceX, those kind of developments. It's specifically for Hayes ISD.
Yeah, come on up.
That's what I was going to hit on. I think that's important also is to remember why this is being built is for the children and the children of Uhland. What are their opportunities here? What are the school districts? I mean, when I listen to the superintendent, and I apologize, I can't remember the lady's name, but she's actually actively going across Texas and finding some of the very best teachers and that, and also for the disabled children that actually go to the school as well. And to me, I mean, if we want this city to grow and continue to grow, you have to educate your children. They may inherit this land. They will be the ones who are going to carry on this city. They deserve to have a very good education and some of the best. And it is hard to get these teachers to come in because, I mean, I know I drive into Austin every day. That's 30 minutes. It takes me an hour to get home, and they don't make very much money. So to me, I mean, I get all the money and what's the benefits to the city, but if you don't invest into your children, then who's going to take care of the city when all of us are retired or gone? I mean, really, you may find that diamond in the rough that really does something great for this town. I mean, I'm always for the betterment for children. And that's the only way we're going to get better here.
Thank you.
So I have a question. I guess my thing with this, I think it's a good thing, but my concern would be if the school does not get this filled the way they want it filled, because the money is, the 25 houses or whatever it was. If we get 325 houses filled, then all that money's coming. But say we only do 150 and the others are sitting there. Or say they get them filled and it's a turnover and it's always something happening. If they don't get them filled, what is the timeline? Because you said like longevity or whatever. Oh, okay.
Sorry, it's not an open
Yeah.
dialogue.
So this
You
is-
have three-
yeah.
Oh, my bad.
It's not a Q&A, but you can pose questions to the council.
I
They
am so
can,
sorry.
they'll write it down and they can ask.
So my question is, how long, if they don't get filled, is that land going to be tax exempt? Because I'm sure there's a period of time that they have to give. And second, what businesses are going in that the city is going to get money for? Because again, I agree with the other gentleman is that there's a lot of houses being built and there's not businesses. And it's a lot of traffic on 21 and 21's getting nuts, has been for years. I feel like there's just a lot of building happening and there's just nothing being put out here for people to use their money on here. Up along 21 in Uhland, in the EDJs or whatever you call them. But I just feel like there needs to be stuff that is substantial that will bring money to Uhland. Not stuff that's going to, because they can put this here and they're going to go to Kyle because we don't have a Walmart, we don't have an HEB, we don't have, grocery stores. So all these people, their money's not coming here. Their money's going to go over there. So I feel like we need to have stuff in the city for all these houses and all these people to be able to spend their money here, if that's what the purpose of this is.
Thank you.
Matthew Esposito. With the data center not coming in, they're already going to be building 5,000 more houses, and I really don't want this project. They said at the last meeting that this project and these plans took $168 million to develop and come up with. Why didn't we use that money to give the teachers raises? They're going to be using a lot of resources, water we don't have, and who's going to be paying for, the police? They only have a couple police officers. They're going to be stretched more thin, not only with those 5,000 new houses, but then with these houses as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for public comment that has not spoken yet that would like to speak? Okay, so we're going to close that public hearing at 7:06. Mr. Roberts, did you want to make any? Oh, did y'all? Okay. Okay, gotcha. Okay, we'll connect them. Yep. So we'll go ahead and open our second public hearing at 6.6. Sorry, our second public hearing on item 6.6 at 7:07. They're pretty much the same conversation point. Is there anybody else that has not spoken yet that would like to speak? Or, I'm sorry? Okay. So it looks like we are good, and I will close that public hearing at 7:07. Mr. Cox, Mr. Roberts, were y'all coming? Okay. Thank you.
I will let you lead off on any questions you want to cover, and I will pick up the remainders.
Sorry, new questions, but concerns. So background about me, I live in San Marcos. I've lived all over the country, 18 schools from Miami, Florida, Seattle, Washington, before high school. Parents, divorced family, lived in the affordable housing project units here in San Marcos and a single wide trailer as a kid on many people's couches, raising my little brother and sister. So I am a product, and my life has been completely different because of the athletic coaches and the teachers that I had in schools that looked after me like parents and were kind to me and gave me rides homes and those things. So I understand there's a lot of development going on. I feel you. I see it. There used to be nice pastures here, and there's not anymore, right? So, and I understand there's a lot of problems and concerns. My number one problem that I saw that I'm on a mission to solve with my money to create a solution for is the essential staff that can't afford to be essential staff anymore and can't have a quality life because they have to live in low-income restricted housing to afford to be able to be a teacher or a police officer, et cetera. So this is my best efforts that I can do with my money without raising property taxes to pay the staff more money. This is the only privately funded program in the country that I know of solving a public problem, stepping up with my own money and our own funds to do it and our own efforts. So I'd love to get to know you more. I'd love to get to understand you more. And I'm in the solutions business, and that's what I try to do and leave a legacy behind. We tried to make this over the top excessive of quality. So you would be proud of us, be proud of what we do and leave behind. And just so you know, this is with the school district for 55 years, and we are responsible for maintaining it and taking care of it for the school district for the next 55 years. So this is not one of the pump and dumps that you see. That's why there's so much care and attention being put into it. So we're very proud of it. We're very excited about it, but we do understand the frustrations that you get from Uhland changing and growing and being developed. And I'm sorry, I just don't have any other way to provide for these folks with the skill set and the resources that we have other than building houses for them to live in that they can no longer live in anywhere else. So that's our mission statement. That's what we're on a mission to do. We've put a lot of money and energy into this for you here. I got the school district here. We do have 605. So there are some good concerns. People do say things and don't do things like this thing here. We're breaking ground and putting shovels in the ground and building all the houses and everything immediately. I've already bought 1,300 trees to plant here that are growing 5 feet a year to be able to have 14-foot tall trees in the community. So we already have announced to the school district and have 3,600 staff members to serve and only 363 houses, which is why we got 605 ready on the waiting list and haven't even seen a countertop. So they're just overly excited asking for phase 2, and we just need to be cautious and conservative and deliver and take care of these folks. So we spared no expense to make it amazing, to make it something you'll be proud of. But I do understand the concerns. I welcome the concerns and the dialogue. You're good Americans. It's what this country's built off of, is dialogue. And hopefully you can maybe help me think of solutions that I can provide that I haven't thought of yet. So I want to share that with you. Pass the mic.
I just wanted to share, Christina Corson, Chief HR Officer for Hayes CISD. And, my job is to recruit and retain the very best talent to take care of the children that live in this community that attend Uhland Elementary School and that are going to be attending the middle school that will be built in some years to come, and eventually another high school. The demographers that have taken a look at the projected growth for the next 10 years. Right now, we serve 25,000 students, and in 10 years, we're going to be serving 25,000 more, and they're primarily going to be living on this east side. So it is not by accident that we've decided to take a look at this school district property to say, okay, well, there is a part of this land that is maybe not best suited for a campus, but how can we best use it? And so by building this housing, this incentivized housing, what we're doing is providing opportunities for teachers and bus drivers and custodians and speech language pathologists and all of the people that we need in order to properly serve students this helps us to be able to give them a beautiful place to live within the limits of what a teacher salary looks like. And I agree with this gentleman. Teachers should absolutely be paid more. We believe that, and that's why we're number one in the region for compensation. And we have pushed that as far as we can to the limits of what the state legislature has provided. Without any meaningful increase in state investment in public schools, we are spending 88% of our general operating budget on salaries to make sure they are the highest paid, because we care that much about having the very best for the children in this community by design. So this right here, since we're limited by what the legislature provides us in state funding, we believe in solving problems innovatively, and this private investment of capital to help us solve a public problem enables our teachers and our bus drivers and our custodians to save hundreds of dollars more per month, because they are able to live in housing that is incentivized and priced based on the advantage of our tax exempt status. This is life changing, and it is community changing. And the community is going to change even if this isn't built. But if this is built, this community will be able to retain and recruit the very best staff to serve the children who live in this community and attend Uhland Elementary School, and will attend the middle school that's going to be built here and the high school that's coming. So I really appreciate the concerns, and I understand that it is a lot to consider. I'm bringing to you the voice of the priority that we have in making sure that we can recruit and retain the very best staff for students. Thank you.
Thank you.
And to address a couple other items that I had notes on. So how long, I think they addressed how long it will take to build, and their plan is to build it all at once. And they have an existing waiting list that is double what the available housing will be before anything's even built yet. We also had a question about the types of businesses that would go into the commercial section. So from a regulatory standpoint, they're going to have the base zoning district of local retail, which is an existing zoning district that the city uses as a transition district between residential and what we call highway commercial or general business in this city. And so it's lower intensity uses, things like retail, office, things like a car dealership or something like that would not be allowed. And so it's a smaller commercial district that allows for better compatibility with residential uses. I know that they were, ultimately it'll kind of be up to the market. I know from Jason's previous comments that they are trying to target a grocer, so a grocery store of some sort, ideally for that front portion. So that's the hope. And one thing I will comment on that, because I know there's a lot of public comment of, hey, we need more commercial. One of the hard pieces, because of how Texas development laws work and the weight between private property owner rights to do things with their property and city's ability to regulate, is that commercial often comes after the rooftops are in, especially the commercial you want. I would love to have more restaurants. You can only eat so much Whataburger. I get it. I mean, I'm up here every single week and I bring my lunch most days because I don't have time to go to Kyle and get food there and come back. It just isn't feasible. The good news is it's coming, and it will come as the residential houses continue to build, because you've got to have the dollars in the community first before those places, especially the bigger name, the franchise restaurants that you may want, the Chili's, the sit-down places, the Dollar Generals, the retail stores, the Walmarts, the H-E-Bs. They've got metrics that they go through, and they only look at places once they have enough population. And it's super frustrating, I know, because you're like, all we're seeing is houses. and I just want like simple sundry locations to get my necessities, to go grab a gallon of milk, those kinds of things. So it is coming, and there are meetings happening. You do have a lot of commercial property that is going through platting along 21. So I will say some of that is coming. It can never come fast enough. Noted, and staff hears that and understands. That is the notes that I had, so I'm happy to entertain any other questions, comments, anything from council.
So from what I understood from the last meeting is, and I just want to reiterate for anyone who didn't attend or hasn't seen it, this is affordable housing for the Hayes CISD staff, including all staff, correct? Teachers, counselors. It makes it so that the people who are taking care of our children can save some of the money that they would be spending if they went to a regular home that's for rent here now. The price point, and I know it's not exact, but they're trying to make it affordable to where it's a substantial savings. And I know Hayes CISD with their budget, they just cut their budget by, I believe, $12 million. And so this is an incentive that they can help with the teachers having beautiful homes to live in with yards. And I know that maybe we can't get an HEB in there, but it would be nice, or, Aldi or Trader Joe's, but, some type of grocery store that the community would be able to benefit from as a whole. And then also Uhland community, not just this project, can utilize the park that is there. They're planning on having pickleball and different things like that. That's available to everyone in the community. And the other thing that I noticed on here was during a public comment, someone had mentioned about the 125,000 that doesn't. Can you let us know a little bit more about that, Bryce, or are you familiar with that?
I am not familiar with taxing law. My understanding from it is that it's an exemption, similar, and help me if I get this completely wrong, but I'm going to try to make it make sense in my brain. Kind of like there's other exemptions, like homestead exemption for that qualifies in certain ways. It's going to be that kind of exemption.
Exemption for commercial property. That means HEB gets 125,000 off their building. The Chuck Ness dealership, he gets $125,000 right off the top.
Thank you. Nope. So we'll just, our planner had asked for a clarification from the person that had made a statement that Councilmember Rollins Contreras is attempting to
So there's
address.
3 lots in it. I guess
So-
it would be 375,000 less in valuation from 9.8 million, which is going to be a negligible amount. As far as the balancing of that equation works.
So my question on that piece was, how much does that change the
Maths are hard.
Yeah.
Just kidding. Give me a
Bryce is
second.
pulling a calculator out.
I'm
I'm not doing that math in my head. All right. So 9.8 million minus 375,000, because there's 3 lots, so it'd be 125,000 per lot. So that is going to come out to 9,425,000, and we multiply that by the city's current tax rate, 0.0018. So the estimated ad valorem is now 16,965 from, I think I had 17 and 17.8. So
okay.
about $1,000 less in realized tax because of that exemption across all the properties.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm not sure who could answer this for me, but the land is owned by Hayes ISD, so it's tax exempt at this point. The developer's going to be building on the land. Is the developer going to maintain ownership of the buildings but not the land because the ISD owns the land? How is that
Sure, I'll
proposed to
let
work?
Jason cover this. I know that the school district is currently looking to sell that portion so that it'll be owned by a nonprofit that will then lease it back. But please go ahead.
So a very unique situation is we are purchasing the property from the school district,
Okay.
which is now doing a cash injection into the school district for cash needs that they desperately need. But we are putting the property into a 501c3 nonprofit. So that way it is maintained by the nonprofit. The school district has 100% of the use of the property. So when we acquire the property, we are separating the property into the separate parcels to take a portion of that school district property out and make that commercial for the benefit of the city of Uhland, where the property wouldn't be. And so our property that's retained in the lease to the school district will be in the 501c3 nonprofit that holds the titles of the property. And the school district has the right at any point in time to reacquire the property's title back over the course of the 55 years at any day they would like. So yes.
Okay, so it will still be non-exempt because it's 501c. But what happens if the 501c organization goes defunct? What would happen to that property because they're not leasing out enough homes or
Yeah.
just
Good question.
for whatever reason, something changes, what's going to happen to the property?
So we've given the school district millions of dollars in a reserve account to cover any unnecessary, unexpected expenses like vacancies or terrible situations, to give them time to create solutions for that, as we're the property manager for them. So there's insurance with money that we put in the bank account that the school district has sole access to. So to protect it from any issues. But if the school district were to cancel the lease for any reason because the property is not being maintained, their staff doesn't want to live there or whatever it would be, then the entire property is immediately put back on the tax rolls at the property assessed value. That could be 15 years from now and could be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. So that was the only reason it's exempt is because of the exclusive 100% use that the school district has in their lease. And if that lease is ever not specifically intact for their use, then it's immediately on the tax rolls.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm correct in this, but I do know that properties that are tax exempt can go to like another tax exempt, like a 501c. But then if the property wants to be removed from an exempt, like a 501c organization, and be sold to private party, then I believe that there's a rollback tax that is assessed on that, and it's pretty substantial. So my concern, and I guess my question would be, I think the only people or the only way to use that property would be to convert it to a different type of 501c. And I don't know what type of affordable housing that would be. Would it turn into a Section 8
Yeah.
housing?
No.
I mean,
So there's no federal dollars accepted or taken for this.
Mhm.
So to restrict it to a low income quality light tech housing like the other affordable housing projects and the other affordable housing projects that approach you have you abate the property taxes forever, and only a portion of those units are used for low income and the other ones are for the profit of the cash flow of the entity. So we're not claiming 501c3 exemption here as our purpose of being exempt. We're claiming the school district's lease and equitable title that the school district has as the exemption. So we've, we got really good attorneys who've thought of every negative thing you possibly think of in the world and tried to make it to where it's just really simple, to where school district has this property, school district's purpose, the school district doesn't have an active controlled lease in the property. It's full public use. I mean, it's full just like public property, which is why it's amazingly built, because if this lease is canceled or terminated, it's devastating. We have a whole bunch of staff living there that we have to adjust the rents. We have to refinance the debt. And now we have property taxes on top of it. So it's difficult, which is why we gave the school district millions of dollars in a reserve account to cover for any unnecessary expenses. So this should be able to survive those things. But we're not claiming a nonprofit exemption or asking you to abate the property taxes, which is what a normal affordable housing folks would do, which would add to the complexity of the transfers and the what ifs.
Okay, so you're not claiming a nonprofit exemption.
Nope.
But you're saying you're a 501c3?
The title of the property will be held in a 501c3,
Correct.
which is a nonprofit entity.
Right.
Yeah. But we're telling you on the public record, recorded in front of everybody in the World Wide Web, that if that lease, the school district's lease, is canceled, we expect you to assess full property tax value on the property.
Okay.
And if that should happen, then the homes become what? Full ownership? Somebody can buy them, or they're still rentals?
They're still rentals. That would be a situation at the time where there would have to be, if there was to be any changes, we'd have to come to you as a council and say, would you like us to convert this to home ownership? And it would be up to you and your discretion if that would be the best path for the city of Uhland, or if we should just continue to keep it a rental community.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of documents here, and I apologize. It's like I might have missed it, but is there any type of declaration in here that says what you just said, that if for some reason the school district cancels their lease, whatever reason, that the property goes on the tax rolls within so much time after that?
We're claiming equitable title. Equitable title is the school district's right to have the property exempt from property taxes, even though they already own the property today and it's not paying any taxes today, right? So equitable title is the instrument that we're using to be exempt from property taxes with the Hayes County Appraisal District and tax assessor. So by nature, if there is no equitable title, because there is no lease, long-term lease on the property, you don't have that right anymore. It goes away. So there's no other claim. So we can talk about updating something for you, but we do not advise, after being now the 6th delay that we're looking at on delaying this project any longer, with over millions of dollars invested in this project, we're kind of at our wit's end. So we need your help. If you want us to give us assurances, I will bake in some assurances that is the strategy and that is the structure.
Right, and I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand it because I have, in my experience, professional experience, I have seen where an exempt property, to avoid the tax rollback, sells it, transfers the ownership to a different exempt organization, and that new exempt organization could be something different than the city wants. I'll just say, it could be some type of nonprofit that maybe the city's not interested in having right there, or the neighbors around there aren't interested in having. So that's why I'm just asking these questions, and I'm not sure exactly how to get a guarantee of that.
Let me just get you squared away here. A few things. Number one, very important. Through none of the city's development functions, zoning, annexation, etc., can we guarantee property ownership or restrict property ownership.
Oh.
It is not legal. You can't do it.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm not the attorney. I'll look to the attorney. You nod, or you're like, Bryce, I don't know what you're talking about, man. Getting crazy on me. This conversation's gone really far down that path, and I understand it, and I don't have an issue with that. I just need you to know that there is no guaranteed assurance.
Okay.
One of the other things that came up is the city's ability to use some of these units. That is not in this PDD. In fact, nothing in there relates to, and I'll tell you why in a second, to the school district itself. What you are approving is that this development can be made. What you are hearing from the school district and developer is this can only be made under their agreement. This is not an economical project to be built in this area, given the infrastructure costs, et cetera. outside of the mechanisms that they've created to bring this forward as a proposal. So very much appreciate the, hey, we want to make sure you're doing what you're saying you're going to do. What I can tell you without a doubt is if this is approved, this is what has to be built per the city code. And if somebody wants to do something different, they'll come back in, which is why I mentioned we consider it multifamily. The fact that it is tax exempt or not tax exempt is an ownership issue because we can't force ownership. The other item is in the future, let's say 50 years from now, it's on its second life and it needs to be something else. They can do a condominium regime and sell individual homes as a function of a bigger lot. The city can't regulate those pieces.
Okay.
You don't have codes for that. We don't regulate ownership. The reason that it was brought up, especially with the school district and upward communities, is the unique nature of this project. Because again, it just can't economically happen. Like the development pro forma numbers, I'm sure do not make sense as a private development outside of working with the school district to bring this product forward. So again, as far as taxing goes, whatever happens in the long-term future of this property is subject to tax law at that time, which may be the same as it is today or may be different.
Okay.
Does that help a little bit? And as far as the units that were mentioned, the city is discussing this and working to incorporate it potentially into an interlocal agreement or other agreement with the school district, because we cannot obligate that kind of agreement through zoning. It's both not appropriate and not legal.
Right.
So it is being worked on. There's several other items that are in the back burner the city's working on with the school district, including a potential ILA to bring forward for school district development for new schools, even in the city. And that's where we're looking to potentially capture that. And that conversation's happened with the district. We don't think that there's any need or concern that somebody's all of a sudden going to walk something back if it's approved, because at the end of the day, the school district has as much vested interest in the community and the city as the city does in the school district. And it's a good partnership as a whole, being two publicly funded entities. Does that help a little bit?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
And then my next question is, you have a wonderful agreement. It's a beautiful development, and you have a great agreement with the Hayes CISD, and I think it benefits all those parties. Why bring the city of Uhland into it? Why come into the city of Uhland? Like, you can be doing this already and without having to have this public hearing and going through.
So they can't.
Oh, they can't.
They can't. The only piece that's subject to annexation is this strip between this edge and about right here. That's the only section being annexed that's not currently in the city under city regulation. Today, this property is owned by the school district and it is zoned agricultural, which you cannot put multifamily into agriculture. So they have to rezone, which is why we come forward with planned development district, which is the ability to write a custom zoning ordinance for a unique development.
So they want to annex in that first portion.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Because otherwise, this whole TDD can't be approved and the city can't regulate. So as a good partner in the community, it makes the most sense for their development as a whole to be fully under the city guidelines. It gets very weird to draw lines through buildings as well, like jurisdictional lines. For example, we don't issue the city's building permit regulations do not extend into DTJ. So if I have a home, one of these buildings is right on the current city limit line, it's a mess to try to build, because are we only going to permit half of the house? How do you even do that? Right? And it's a fundamental, like, clean piece. And I believe, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, but I believe it's an attempt to say, hey, this is a cohesive project that we want to, be a good steward and neighbor of the city with. So that section, and again, it's the remaining section of a approximately 15-acre tract that is not currently within the city limits that's being annexed. The rest of it, which I think this is the 88 roughly acre portion, already in the city limits, already zoned, and that's the agricultural that we're rezoning tonight, or it's being requested.
Did you just say that 88 acres is already in the city limits?
Yep. You can go back.
It's already annexed?
It is. And that was the one that I mentioned.
Oh, so we're only being asked to annex in the small portion in between.
You are only asked to annex in the remaining portion that's not in the city limits of the 17-acre tract.
Thank you. That's, okay. Okay, that
This
is,
is already in the city limits, so that's the bulk of the project.
okay.
This portion represents where some of the commercial probably will be up at the front, because again, this is only 300 feet, and their commercial sites deeper than that. The city park will be in that section that's currently in the ETJ, and there's a few housing buildings just right kind of fold down at the bottom of that section. They're kind of wide.
Okay, so it just connects the two, with city limit portion with the other city limit portion?
Yes. In fact,
Okay,
the only
okay.
thing that they could build on their plan today is the commercial lot up front, because it's appropriately zoned for commercial along that.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much. That really clarifies it for me. I don't have any.
Council members?
I have questions. I have a question for you. Do you know how much you're going to be renting these homes for?
We have 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom homes. Some of the rents are lower than $900 a month for the 1 bedrooms and such. We have 3 different 2 bedrooms, some for 1,000 to 1,400 a month. Then we have roommate matching programs for the 2 bedrooms, where some beginning teachers are able to split the house, and their rent will be less than $500 a month for those rooms. So it varies. We don't have anything over $2,000 a month for the larger 4 bedroom houses. We do mow the yards and take care of all of the maintenance, and that's included in the rents. And so it varies, because some of the rents are going to be subsidized through some of our donations and some of the additional cash flow of the project to pay for certain staff members that desperately need assistance to live there. So, but that's kind of the base number, where it's saving the average tenant somewhere between $600 and $1,000 a month in rent for a comparable product to the staff. It turns a staff member from having to have a dual based income into a single based income, particularly working for a single parent, is really what we're addressing.
Just as an observation, if someone is going to go in there, a teacher, and pay $2,000 a month to live there, you said in a 4 bedroom,
That would be the largest one.
the large one, they can own a home for $2,000 or less per month.
And we encourage home ownership. We genuinely do. It's just only 14% of the staff can afford to purchase a home in today's market, in today's rates, with the debt to income ratios that they have. So we encourage home ownership. In fact, we are willing to even put our money where our mouth is. Anybody within our community is an incubator. And if they lower their debt to income ratio, pay off their student loan debts, and save $1,000 a month and live here, we'll match their down payment dollar for dollar on a home if they'd like to purchase a home in the community. So we make money off of real estate ownership. We would love for other people to, and our customers, but there's no bridge. And that's the reality of the situation, is there's no assistance to get them from an apartment complex 60 miles away into a home in your community today, to value that home, to grow a family, and then be able to afford owning a home.
Okay. So Bryce Cox has said that would bring in 908 new residents. That means everybody's going to be driving a car that lives there. That'll be 908 cars on.
No, don't interpret it that way.
Okay.
2.5 per unit also includes children. So it's not always just driving age folks.
But we'll at least have 50% of that will be driving. That means more traffic. So I was going to ask a question on your map on the entrance. On that entrance, where is that located? Is that before or after the entrance to the fire department? So I'm trying to get a visual. On Highway 21, is this on Highway 21?
This is on Highway 21. This is after High Road. This is maybe 1,000 feet at most, probably less than that, from the front of Marigold. So it's very close to the.
So it's, if we're on 21, it's past Marigold, just a little bit. Okay. And
Yeah, I think Marigold. So if you know where the bus barn is, the school district's bus barn, that's also on 21 that you can see.
yes.
This is, I think, 2 properties north.
Okay. So my concern was, are we going to need a traffic light there? Because I know you're going to give me that story about the traffic impact analysis, okay? And I'm ready for that because I want to know who's going to do that. Because in my subdivision, because Kyle, the city of Kyle put that school behind us, there's a lot of traffic. And I had requested in a meeting a couple of years ago from the city engineer that we needed a four-way stop sign at that corner because there's kids on bicycles, they're walking, they're running, and there's just a lot of traffic with school buses as well. And so then he said, well, the study doesn't warrant a four-way stop sign. Well, if he saw what I saw, because I live on that corner, then yes, it does warrant it because we're going to be here about safety and prevent any injuries or anybody getting hurt. Because the police department's not there every day. They used to be when they first opened.
Councilmember Garza, do you mind? Can we stay on the topic of the question you asked him?
The question is about the traffic line, which is all together with this new development. And when I bring that up, I want to talk about safety because it's important for our community. It's all about the community, right? We're about the community. And so I'm not off topic. I want to address it, think about it. You've already purchased, you went from 300 trees last time you were here to 1,300 trees, but let's, consider the safety that's going to be involved.
So let me address your item. So the first thing is Highway 21 is a TxDOT system roadway. The city has no say in whether there will be a signal or not. That is up to TxDOT. I will tell you that this project has prepared a traffic impact analysis because they've also submitted a preliminary plat for the entire property, which they're able to do even with their ETJ status because the city is also the authority for subdivision platting within Hays County inside of the city's ETJ. So if you're in the ETJ and you're in Hays County, you have to plat through the city due to an interlocal agreement that we have with Hays County. So they have started that. I do not know off the top of my head, and I will ask Jason if he knows, otherwise I can come back and get you the answer. I don't remember if there is a requirement for a traffic signal. I would believe that there probably is. I can tell you more about the intersection of Plum Creek that will be created and the east-west collector there. That will have a three-way stop. It also, as you'll see, it has a protected yield to the right because we anticipate a number of trips to use that to bypass the intersection of High Road and 21, which becomes a bit of a mess at certain times of the day in all directions. And so this will help alleviate some of that congestion. So I said, very likely, given the roadway size, it will have a signal. I don't know if that would be initial or later on. Yeah, please.
We completely agree with you. Safety is a major issue for our tenants. And so we're putting the red light in. I mean, there's no hoping it comes later. It's part of my budget. It's in my funds. When we close on the property, I've already set the money aside to install it. So it's just getting the permits from TxDOT to do it. There's no argument about it. It's not a safe road. Highway 21, I tell my kids who go to school in College Station to drive on the right side of the road. So I'm with you. It's in the budget and then we're paying for it. We don't want our folks to live there without a red light on that road.
Right, because Highway 21 is just
That's
really
dangerous.
heavy on traffic with a lot of the construction workers and cement trucks and everything.
Completely agree with you, 100%.
Okay,
And
I just-
would not feel comfortable with our folks trying to turn left out of that community without a safe red light. On the record.
On record.
Yeah.
Okay, my next question is, did you give us that impact financial report that Councilmember LaPointe had asked for? And you sent it to us, right? Okay, so I have a question about that one. I don't have it in front of me, but I recall that it said there would be an X number of police calls, and you actually had a number on there, which I thought was really high, and you're just guessing.
So we're not. It actually comes from another report that the developer provided. It wasn't a full, complete report, so we took relevant information from that and summarized it. Hayden and I sat down and went through all of it, added in the ad valorem property piece because that was missing. I can get you the citations from that. It is based on previous studies. Some of the studies are older, but as I caveated earlier, it is a very, very difficult thing to try to quantify what the cost of a residential neighborhood has on policing at this scale. If you had a really big development that had several thousand homes, you already know you're gonna have to hire another police officer for that. This is a much trickier thing to try to estimate.
Right, I was shocked at the number because, I mean, are we bringing in high caliber teachers or are we bringing in other people that we don't know who they are?
So let me, I want to dispel that comment real quick. There is a myth that certain housing types or certain developments create more need for policing. This is not an accurate thing in new development. The criminal element exists across all socioeconomic levels and professions in our communities. It just is. You have existing residents that police respond to, that the police arrest, that police provide tickets to and say, how dare you ticket me? I'm a resident. I've lived here forever. You need to get the other guys. The reality to it is it all averages out. We would like to think a development full of school teachers will have no police calls other than like somebody having a medical emergency and police getting dispatched. Unfortunately, that's not the way that we as humans live and operate, period. There is all kinds of items and we don't anticipate there to necessarily be a different element to crime beyond any other neighborhood that we have that's newly built in the city.
We do agree with you. We would be disappointed if there's that many police calls in our neighborhood. But it is important for us to be conservative when we're estimating what the potential cost could be to the city, to probably estimate those to be high. So that way it would always benefit if they were substantially lower. But that was simply the logic behind taking somebody else's more intelligent data and applying that across that other people use.
Okay.
One thing for the data too, so the expenses were all overestimated and the revenues were all underestimated, right? To try to forecast what is potentially the worst case scenario of this development, right? So you would want to overestimate your police calls with the hope that they're going to be less, but following data that they provided, that's assuming worst case scenario, right? That way we don't under expect expenses and then be in a spot where we're not making money on this development again, because while the margins are low, there is a net gain here. And again, to Bryce's point, all this is extremely loose, and I wouldn't even call it science, because the appraising district will set their values on this property that we don't know how they're going to assess the values of it. We don't know the end commercial users, so we don't know how much sales tax is going to generate. And then when you try to quantify that into a complete revenue, it is a best guess. And again, you can kind of hypothesize what it will be, but again, to want to quantify the exact number, it's impossible.
Right, I didn't want an exact number. I just thought it was really high. That's what I was concerned about. Okay.
Yeah, when we say calls, we're saying it could be a noise violation, a suspicious car in the neighborhood. All those constitute calls. So there could be no violent crimes per se, but each one of those calls is a request for an officer to go out there and just drive around.
Okay. I was concerned about, but it could be just a call for something basic. Okay, thank you. I do have some questions for Miss Christina.
Sorry. Oh, gotcha. Go ahead. Yeah.
I know that you mentioned, excuse me, you mentioned last time here that you were here with the superintendent that you're going to have a high school built off of 2720. How many students do you anticipate to have in that school? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head. It may be anywhere between 2,800 to 3,000, but I can certainly follow up with the city with actual PASA projections for the number of students who might attend that high school when it does open in 2029 or 2030.
Okay, and then I also heard you mention today about a middle school. They're going to build a middle school also?
Yes, and that's probably going to be in the 2029 year. Just really depends on the rate of growth. And We did see a little bit of a slowdown this past year of growth, but just being on the conservative side, we're thinking of pushing back the opening of that middle school by another year just to be safe. And if they show up earlier, great, we'll go for it earlier. But in our planning, we're being conservative in our estimates, and we're going to delay the opening of that for about another year.
And where is that one going to be located?
I wouldn't be able to tell you the
Okay.
exact location, but I'd be happy to follow up with the city to provide information from our chief operating officer on the areas that are being considered.
I would like to know, because then that's also going to contribute to more traffic with the construction. And so you're going to have a high school on 2720, more traffic there. Then you're going to have another middle school also at the same time.
I think we're getting pretty far outside the scope of these agenda items.
I'm asking questions because we have a speaker here, and I wanted to ask her those questions.
I know, but we got to stick to the agenda items. We're talking about future developments that don't have anything to do with this project.
That's all.
May I say one thing?
Yes.
Real quick before I sit back down. As for our employees, we don't want employees that break the law. And as a matter of fact, we have a system that immediately alerts us if any of our employees are arrested. And we do extensive fingerprinting and actually have access to national data just to make sure that the people we're hiring don't have a record somewhere else in the country. And I promise you that if there is somebody that is breaking the law, they probably would not be an employee of the school district very long, and at that point would be invited to leave the community or pay a much, much higher market rent that they may have trouble paying for if they're unemployed. So I just wanted to put that out there. The employees that currently live at the Chloe in Kyle, enjoying the incentivized apartment rent there, we are told by the managers of the Chloe that they are their favorite tenants, and continue to work with us to try to find ways to partner with us because they are excellent tenants. And so for what it's worth, that's been the experience of the Chloe apartment complex as to the quality of people living on their property. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have other council members that would like to ask questions or make comment? No? Okay. And just for memory's sake, we do have items 6.4, 6.5, and 6.6 open.
Can we make a motion for all of them or individually?
Can we make a motion for all? Do we need to recite or separate? Take a
I
vote
would
on
do
each?
them individually.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so I will make a motion to approve item number 6.4. Consider a resolution authorizing the mayor to execute a municipal services agreement associated with the voluntary annexation requests of approximately 17.466 acres of land, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District property ID numbers R122916 and R60912.
We have a motion by Councilmember Rollins Contreras,
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem Warndahl. Mayor Pro Tem Warndahl.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
No.
Thank you. So we have item 6.5 now.
I'll make a motion to approve item number 6.5. Consider public hearing and ordinance annexing into the city limits approximately 17.466 acres of land out of the TB Westbrook Survey Abstract number 468, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District property ID numbers R122916 and R60912, and generally located on Camino Real, approximately 4,250 feet northeast of the intersection of High Road and Camino Real.
Motion by Councilmember Rollins Contreras,
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem Warndall. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe. Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
No.
And now we have item 6.6.
I will make a motion to approve item number 6.6. Consider public hearing and ordinance rezoning approximately 106 acres of land out of the TB Westbrook Survey, abstract number 468, also known as Hayes County Appraisal District, property ID number R18792, R18793, R12916, R122916, and R60912, and generally located Camino Real, approximately 4,250 feet northeast of the intersection of High Road and Camino Real, from Agricultural District A and General Business District GB to Planned Development District PDD.
Motion by Councilmember Rollins Contreras,
Second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem Warndall. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
No.
Thank you all so much. Thank you, guests. I would like to recommend a recess, if y'all don't mind, 7:58, or sorry, 7:59.
You're the best. I really appreciate you, Michelle. Thank you so much. Her the she was telling me she makes those.
Just wanted to say thank you.
Y'all did it all. Y'all did it all. Definitely group effort. Have a blessed evening, darling. Good seeing you. Yes. Wait till you see this one. She made with Texas State on it. No, you can warm it up. You didn't pull it out afterwards. With, you know, you pull the part out. No, you put it in the bowl and you eat it right after. I had two of them at home and I was like, I could always cook a third. Just make me one. Thank you so much. I'm going to do that forever. I love it. I absolutely love it. I'm going to take a picture so I can show you. Yeah, because I didn't have Nope. Yep. I knew he was gonna talk. And he's.
It is so loud, yeah.
Stream is going smoothly.
Oh, nice. That's awesome.
On the end, $40 on it.
All right. Oh, hello? Hello? Oh. Hey, oh. Just gonna get started here. Christian. Yep, we can. Sorry, Christian, we got to get back to it. Appreciate you. So we will. Oh, my watch is out. Well, thank you. We'll be re-entering our general session at 8:12. Bye. Thank you. We are on item 6.7, discussion and possible action on a resolution restricting Mayor Duke's administrative and daily operations. Councilmember Garza.
Okay, so I went ahead and you should have had a revised ordinance sent by the secretary today. And it only changed section 2. And I'm bringing this because I want to recommend that the governing body restrict the mayor from daily operations and administration. We currently have a professional, experienced city administrator that will handle city business accordingly. And the responsible thing to do is for the city to support the new city administrator and expect him to take over all duties and unburden the mayor. This is, keeps coming back on the resolution because the mayor, this particular mayor, has been arrested by the Texas Rangers and indicted by a grand jury. This is, I'm not assigning guilt. This is about ensuring the city has proper safeguards in place regardless of the outcome of the mayor's case. This is not about determining guilt. That is for the courts. This is about protecting the city, ensuring continuity of operations, and maintaining public confidence in how decisions are made.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Where did you have this ordinance drafted from?
I created.
You
I
created
created it because I've been reading up on this so I can learn how to do this because anybody can do it. We don't need an attorney to get paid to do an ordinance because I asked the city administrator if he knew how to do ordinances and resolutions. And he should be the one making them, you know.
Can and should are two different things.
Well, the resolution, or excuse me, the ordinance is something that can be done when you study it and you learn and you apply this. So is the issue that the attorney didn't produce it, or is it because I produced it? Because he had a copy, he read it, the city administrator read it. If he had any concerns, there wasn't much time for him to give me any feedback because from the time that you sent the email, there was no time. I think you sent it on Thursday, and then you guys don't work Friday. And then, the agenda was already submitted.
Yeah, I think I did provide feedback though in our meeting previously about this. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. I weighed in when you presented these originally to me. I gave feedback on amending ordinance 169 as opposed to providing a separate ordinance. But again, just through the meeting agenda policies, as I promised you guys, I would never reject anything you guys bring to me. And so what was brought forward was the ability to amend the mayor's powers and duties from ordinance 169. But again, you can take anything you want. So in terms of how the process went, this was sent out on Thursday to everybody as part of their packet. And then there was an amendment that was sent, I believe it was Tuesday this week. We met Monday. Tuesday, you had sent me an updated revision. I sent it to the attorney Wednesday morning. And then he provided comment on Thursday. But by that point, by Wednesday afternoon, but at that point, it's too late to make any other changes. So, but Tuesday was when the final draft that was put in your guys' packet was sent to us with the revisions. And again, it was following the normal chain of reviews. But again, it's just too short of notice for us to then provide another red line copy back for amendment.
So can I ask, so does that mean within the meetings and agenda policy process that was adopted, if some supervisory administrative review was capable on your end, you could have said, this isn't ready yet. Can we please get it to the next meeting and make sure the document was
Sure.
reviewed
I'd
properly?
refer to Tyler as well, because that is,
Yeah.
that was kind of the gist of the meeting policy before, was to kind of speak through these kind of things, but I'll let Tyler divulge us.
Do you want me to talk about this ordinance or?
It's a little
Well-
it's a little bit mixed, because from my perspective, it seems like this came supplied by a council member that may have not gotten full legal review, and then the full legal review disseminated to all of council in a timely fashion but y'all didn't have that judgment call built into the meetings and agenda policy. So we're just seeing it presented as is.
Yeah, I think this is a
irregardless.
direct consequence of the meetings and agenda policy that was adopted at the last meeting. This is exactly what I was talking about. Items, especially ordinances and resolutions, need to come through the city attorney in a timely fashion, which was not the case here. The resolution was presented. I would not recommend adoption of that resolution. She changed it to an ordinance, which I did not draft. I would not recommend adoption of this ordinance as presented. We already have an ordinance that deals with the powers and duties of the mayor. That's ordinance number 169. Any ordinance or resolution dealing with powers and duties of the mayor would need to repeal or amend ordinance 169, which this proposed ordinance does not do. That's why you need an attorney to look at these things.
Okay, may I add in here? I know that Councilmember Garza has been requesting a resolution or ordinance change, and I believe since January.
December 18, 2025.
Thank you.
The first time, excuse me, let me give you some background. The first time I sent it to him as an ordinance was December 9, 2025. He sent me an email and he said it should be a resolution. So on December 10, 2025, in an email, I sent the resolution. So it's been ongoing ever since December.
Okay, so since she wasn't presented from the city attorney, something from what she's requesting, from my knowledge, then she had to draft her own, but you seem to
We
get
brought
an
this-
attitude about that.
No, we brought this item to council several times. The original resolution she presented last week was the same resolution that has been brought to council numerous times. It's the one with restricting all the powers and duties of the mayor. Council voted to only approve a small portion of that, which was to restrict her financial duty. So that piece has been done. Council rejected the rest of it.
At that time, council rejected the rest of it on December 18, 2025. And when you bring up ordinance 169, I'm not talking about future mayors, any subsequent mayors, to amend ordinance 169. I'm talking about the current mayor that has been arrested and indicted. This is what this ordinance for. It's not for anybody else. It's not going to take the place for another mayor when we do have another mayor. That's not what this is for. This is for the current mayor.
It's my understanding that you'd been advised now by two professionals that the way to do that is to revise 169. And I just want to remind everyone, I brought 169 twice in 2024, November 2024 and December 2024, to check everyone's comfort, assurance, consideration for how their mayor is functioning. And I brought it twice.
You did, and I
Yes.
recall. And the reason that I didn't get to it is because we were bombarded with the situation with the Uhland Fall Fest and the money to vendor Christopher Durst.
That's off topic.
No, well, but I'm answering why I didn't say anything in 2024. So it may be off topic, but it's an answer why you're talking about 2024. And so
But
we
that
had.
was before the arrest also.
Yes, it was.
Yeah,
So-
2024,
Right.
yes. But that's when we first found out. That's when council, minus the dual head members, because I can't answer for them, found out about the money to Durst. And then everything it's been total chaos after that.
Right.
And so I did not get to address what the mayor wanted on the ordinance. But what I'm saying today and I understand what you're saying. Ordinance 169 belongs to the mayor, to a mayor that has not been arrested or indicted. This ordinance that I'm bringing today again is for this current mayor. Now, I don't know what all is in here that is not proper, appropriate, what you want to change. We can make the changes right now, and then the governing body can decide if they want to vote on it or not. It's that simple.
May I ask Hayden, our city administrator, Mr. Brodowski? What is your opinion of the legality of this document, the repercussions of this document? I agree with Councilmember Garza that we need to do something, but I would like your
Sure.
experience and professional opinion of how should we go about doing that, and what should we do with this document?
Sure, I'll defer to legal for the legal components of it.
Well,
However,
I
but,
don't think
but
he's
my opinion though is that,
objection.
sure, my opinion is that if we are wanting to amend mayor authorities, you would amend the mayor ordinance, right? That is the kind of the conundrum here, is if we're trying to make it very specific to our mayor, that I don't know the legality of that. Again, that's why I would have to defer to the attorney, because I don't know that you can just change the powers and duties of one person through an ordinance when you have an overarching ordinance that hasn't been repealed. So
Okay.
169 will continue to exist if this ordinance got adopted. So now you have conflicting ordinances
Okay.
that are speaking essentially counter to each other. So my advice would be that you need to, if your goal is to amend the mayor's duties, you would amend the mayor's duties ordinance, which is 169, because you're going to create essentially overlapping ordinances that don't speak to each other,
Correct.
which then you see this like our purchasing policy. You see 200 repealed, I think it was like 120 something. Every ordinance that is changing the policy of something before mentions that ordinance in the title as repealing or amending, establishing this new ordinance for ruling. That just allows us to have an easy, concise way of governance. So that's my opinion. Now, I'm sure there's a legal piece of that, but again, that feels that is how this operates as a city government, is you repeal and replace existing conditions as they exist in ordinances, as they're codified.
Okay. Councilmember Garza, would you feel comfortable in meeting with our city administrator then and going through what exactly you want and how to proceed, and give them the opportunity to develop a document that the council can then review? Because I'm in agreement with you. I just want to make sure that it's done legally and that we don't put the city administrator or the council in a position where we have conflicting documents to where which one's going to supersede, and then now we can't really take any action because this one supersedes this one.
And I agree.
Okay.
And I agree. And so that was going to be after the city administrator finished talking. I was going to say, then I should get together with him on this. My only concern is, even if we go in and we amend ordinance 169 to make those changes, when we get a new mayor, because this mayor is not going to be here forever, then is that mayor going to be restricted? Or do we have to go back and amend it again?
Well, I know that in some of the ordinances, and then maybe Hayden can correct me if I'm wrong, we can say for the current seated mayor until the May 2027 election occurs, or the mayor's removed from office. So there might be some, I don't know what you want to call it, some structure.
Nullification.
Yeah, so maybe, and maybe Hayden can discuss that with you so that we can not have to readdress this if she doesn't get reelected next year, or if something changes. So maybe we can put the wording into the ordinance. Hayden, if you can take a look at that. Yes, because I agree, we would not want to restrict future mayors.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking. I think that's what I was thinking about, why not to amend 169. But I will get together with the city administrator
Yeah.
and we'll work on that.
Can
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
No,
Go
it's
ahead.
okay. It's okay.
Just for the record, all information that's was available then, hasn't changed, was provided to you all in 2024, and the ordinance was brought back twice by me because I want to make sure that the community and the council especially felt comfortable in 2024. I did it twice. So nothing's changed, but duly noted.
In terms of process, how this would work is if you wanted to amend 169, you would then just take back the old 169 and repeal in a place with new documentation. It's not, you're not reinventing the wheel here. By amending 169, you have something you can default back to in the future. It'd be, again, a one council motion in the future. So that is why that is the cleanest way to amend ordinances, is repeal and replace, because then you can unrepeal and go back to an original one that you have already established.
Thank you. Well, I would make a motion to table this item until the next meeting to give Councilmember Garza and the city administrator time to prepare a document.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Lapointe, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Morndal. Mayor Pro Tem Morndal.
Aye.
Councilmember Lapointe.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Just to be clear, this is being tabled to the next meeting?
Yes.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Aye.
Thank you. We are on 6.8, discussion and possible action on appointment to Economic Development Corporation, EDC, Place 6. Councilmember Garza.
Yes. Yes, I wanted to go ahead and have a, because we have a vacancy, Nicholas Guillory created a vacancy. I wanted to have the governing body recommend approving an appointment of, and I left it blank because there's five applicants for EDC Place 6. Oh, four, excuse
There
me.
was 3 in the packet, and then 1 came through the posting process.
Okay, correction, 4 applicants. So I left it blank so that the body can make that decision.
Isn't a proper process for those applicants to go through EDC and then we set up our recommendation to council for approval?
So in this case, actually, if you look at the EDC bylaws,
Yeah.
there's section 2, which deals with vacancy. A vacancy in the office of the president, vice president, treasurer, or secretary, which I believe Gilly was one of those, which occurs by death, resignation, disqualification, removal, or otherwise, shall be filled by election by the board from the remaining directors for the unexpired portion of the term of that office. So essentially, it should be up to the EDC board to fill this spot for the remainder of his term, which is through October. And at that point, council would fill the seat.
Okay, so then EDC is the one that's going to fill that position with an existing member.
That's
And-
how that's what the bylaws say.
Okay, and so then, when is your next meeting?
Next week.
Next week.
No?
You never got one? You never got one?
Sorry.
I was answering his question.
I know, but I
never
couldn't
received an
hear you,
agenda.
but I couldn't hear you.
I never received an agenda.
Okay.
Okay, so there's no meeting for next week.
May I get clarification? Because when you mention those titles will be filled by an election of the EDC board. But the person that resigned was, I believe it was Place 6. So the city council has authority over appointing someone to Place 6. EDC has authority to replace someone as whatever the position they were holding. They can do their own election for the treasurer, president, vice president, whichever position they were holding, but the Place 6 is still vacant at this time, which goes to city council.
Not pursuant to the bylaws. If it's an officer, president, vice president, treasurer, or secretary, and they resign, then the bylaws say that the EDC board fills that position for the remainder of the unexpired portion of the term.
The position of president, vice president, treasurer, or secretary. They fill that position because we don't have any authority to appoint who's president because it's a separate entity. They decide who their president, vice president, whatever. And so, yes,
Oh, I see
from
what
the
you're saying.
remaining board members can elect to fill that position. However, it's only the council who can fill position 6. And then if they want to appoint that person as the secretary or whatever, EDC has that authority. We're not appointing somebody in the position of place 6 EDC treasurer or whatever that position was. So that's where the distinction is. And so I believe this can go forward to council and we can vote to fill place 6 and leave EDC to make their determination of the title.
Where are the other applications? There's only one here.
There's
The
multiple.
next one, the one that you have came in late. I sent it to y'all, but the other
Sorry,
one
where
has
is it?
4.
I have multiple applications.
Go to the next one that has the item number. There's 2 different item numbers. for the
Okay,
same
I
item.
see. I get,
Yes,
sorry.
and the first one has the
Thank
4
you.
that came in at the time, and then one came in later, so I felt like she should be able to be presented to y'all as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
I see.
How long has this was posted and on the website? What would you say, Mr. Brodowski, how long that was so far?
I have to check. So it's on the city website and it was posted on Facebook. And so I can get the exact date. They're posted the same day,
Okay.
but it was in March. So it's been, I imagine, almost a month.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the vacancy hasn't been published for 90. Sorry. The vacancy hasn't been published for 90 days?
That's correct.
Okay, so then in our rules state that we have to wait 90 days.
Yes.
Yes, and, but
Do you have a comment about that?
Yeah, I mean, they're guidelines approved by you guys. There's no law, I don't believe, that says you have to wait the 90 days, but that's been the adopted policy of the city, is to go through I'd almost like a procurement of this board position by allowing the vacancy to be accepted and then wait. But again, I don't know that that's a law that requires us to wait. It's just what we've adopted as internal policy.
Okay.
And I do recall you had mentioned that previously to make sure that people were able to apply. And I don't know if the other applicants were notified that.
I also want to add that during the council meeting, November 20, 2025, Councilmember Mary Lapointe informed council members on agenda item 8.5, the Planning and Zoning Commission, item A and item B, that they also had not been posted the 90 days. Therefore, Councilmember Lapointe informed council and said, you're setting a precedence by appointing somebody on these positions. And they went ahead and appointed 2 people on those positions. They've set a precedent, so we don't have to wait 90 days. There's a vacancy, just fill the vacancy. We have applicants. Before we didn't have applicants, now we have applicants, and then you don't want to appoint somebody. That's totally unfair.
And I'm wondering, so when we broke with the rule and set a precedence, was it a unanimous vote or how did the vote go? Do you remember?
As far as appointing the
The P&Z members,
I voted no. I cannot recall what
And then-
anybody else voted.
did I?
You voted no, and the rest of the council members, when Ron Merrill was still here, they went ahead and opposed, the majority
What was the
voted
date?
yes.
Sorry.
What was the date on that?
The date is November 2025. Agenda
Okay.
item 8.5,
November what? 2020.
20,
Okay.
November 20.
Okay, so 2 council members that are present voted no because we didn't want to break with rules, and 2 council members that are
No,
present.
and 3, because Ron Merrill was still
Romero
here.
was not here.
Yes, in November. He resigned in January.
I don't remember ever.
Sorry, I think we're getting a little off in the weeds.
But no, my point is there's two council members that voted.
Because it was not a tie. It was not a tie. So Ron Merrill was still here. You were new. You were elected in November. Ron Merrill resigned in January. So November 2025,
Okay.
there was these positions, this agenda item. You informed the governing body that they had not posted those jobs, that they were going to set a precedence. They went ahead and, appointed somebody on those positions.
Okay.
The precedence has been set. We don't have to wait. We should not have to wait. We have a vacancy. We have applicants. Before, we didn't have anybody. We couldn't get anybody. Now we have somebody. What's the problem?
Well, and I completely understand that, and I can, but I can't change my stance that if we have a rule, we should follow a rule. And just because it happened in the past, I will not vote on something that breaks the rule. I mean, I'm just always one of those right is right, wrong is wrong kind of things. So I would recommend that maybe we get an agenda item to change it from 90 days to maybe 30 days for future.
I think we should change it to 0 days because we have applicants. We should not have to wait to fill it. What do we have to wait for?
It's more about accessibility and visibility and making sure that people have enough time to know it's available.
You
So
have
if go
4
to-
applicants already.
I'm speaking of, no, I'm sorry. I'm just speaking of the process. Saying to 0 is not a fair suggestion.
And you have
'Cause that would
applicants
mean
right
that
now.
that would mean that you just accept the first application that comes in the door. If you're setting the standard to 0 days. No?
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion. Yes.
Okay. So, do we have all the applicants? Have they?
I notified every single applicant personally.
Okay. And
We had actually 3 of the 5 here in the audience.
okay.
And 1 pulled out. So you're down to 4. Only 1 is not here tonight.
Who's the third one, Kim? I don't know who the third one is.
There's 3 in the audience. When y'all get to it, I can let y'all-
Matthew, Wendy, and who else?
Michelle?
Who's Michelle? Oh, I didn't see you. You're behind the podium. Thank you, Michelle. Oh, Michelle.
So I would say we have. It sounds like we have somebody. We have a council member recommending to adhere to the 90-day current rule, and then we have other council members considering reviewing the applicants, some of which are here tonight. What is the council's? I would need a motion. I mean, if there's a motion towards adhering to the current rule, that would decide things. But
How long has it been posted for?
he said, Mr. Brodowski said maybe 30 days or less. I'm sorry. What did you say it was posted for on the website? You said you had to check, but
When was the EDC meeting where we accepted the?
March 25th, they originally accepted Gilly's resignation.
Okay.
And we couldn't move forward until after they accepted.
publicizing his resignation.
So the posting on Facebook and the city website would have been after March 25th because we waited until it was formally accepted by EDC for the resignation. So I imagine I posted either the 26th, 27th, or at some point in March is when I posted it. April 2nd.
We were here late till
Ah, yes.
Can the reduction in the time frame that it needs to be posted for happen on the same night as reviewing these again? So say this would come back in 1st of May?
Yeah.
Would that be doable?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, for me, there are applicants, right? So it's nice to see people interested in participating in our government. So I do, on one hand, I agree waiting 90 days is prudent to follow policy and procedures. And on the other hand, we do have interest. So while I think this is a great launching board to get to the next meeting, I mean, May 7th is right around the corner for us to be able to make a decision. I too agree that while bad precedent in the past is not good for the city of Uhland, I do want to make strides in making our organization adhere to the policies we've agreed to. So While 90 days does feel very extensive, 90 days is great when no one's applying for positions. We do have interest. So I do think the 90 days is set up to allow us to get interest. So if anything, we should amend the policy to, once you start getting applications, that timeline can be reduced, because 90 days makes perfect sense. We have 0 applications, keep posting on Facebook, keep doing the things to get interest. We have interest. So if anything from this, we should amend the policy to allow us to make a determination that once we maybe receive 2 or 3 candidates, at that point, something can move forward, because what you don't want is to take so long that people who are interested lose interest, right? Because it's a lot to volunteer on these boards, and it is a commitment to the city. So I do want to appreciate the fact that people are interested. So I do want to at least honor that to the folks who've applied.
And is that 90 days set by the EDC bylaws? Or that's just something that the council?
I want to say that's just the meetings policy.
I don't even know what's in there.
Or the
It's on the application itself.
Yeah, it's the City of Uhland.
Right.
Yeah.
Board and commission appointment policy.
Yep. The question though is, where was that formally adopted by somebody?
Right.
That document could have been just created by staff, creating a policy to allow for these processes to exist. I don't know that was ever an approved document by city council or EDC. Again, I wasn't here when that was drafted, so I'm not quite sure. But again, if we have been following that, it is prudent to follow it. If we haven't been, there's a good opportunity for us to amend it to make sure that we're capturing the rules that we want to follow. Because I do think rules are important to set up and then follow those rules moving forward.
Right. So the reason why I asked that is, would the EDC be the one to amend that time frame, or would the council be the one to amend it?
The body of council is who picks the board members for this, right? So they are the appointing body of EDC. So I'm not quite sure timelines. It'd be counterintuitive if EDC was setting policies for council to follow to appoint. So I'd have to defer to either attorney or those who are on EDC and have been a part of this process in the past.
So am I to understand you correctly then? Because when I made that comment at the previous meeting where I said we're not following our own rules and we're not following our own policy, if we appoint somebody at that time because we hadn't published it for the 90 days. So am I to understand that at this point, to your knowledge, there's no city council adopted rule of the 90 days?
We'd have to look into our meeting agenda policy to see if it's in there. I don't think it is, but we'll look.
In the
And-
meeting agenda policy, I do not believe it's
I
in
don't
there
believe it's
because
there.
I've been through that thing
Yeah, that one's very
a
familiar.
lot.
But it could be either a resolution that we're unaware of. We can take a deeper look into it. But to my knowledge, that appears to be a staff-driven document to allow
A
for
staff.
timelines.
Okay. Well, then that changes my opinion of things, because I was under the assumption when it says policy that this was something that the council had adopted and voted on and set into motion. So with that, and since the fact that there had already been previous precedents of breaking that rule, then Councilmember Garza, do you have someone you would like to,
I'd like to put somebody forward.
you and Councilmember Wardall?
I'd like to put forward Matthew Esposito. Is that right? Yep, that's who I would put forward. So,
Well, I mean, are we able to let them come up here and?
Well, their application answered all the questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but they're here.
What's the
Councilmember
question?
Garza-
So,
I'm sorry. Councilmember Garza, did you have a name that you were interested in putting forward?
Yes, I do. And I want to say, first of all, that all the candidates that I read, there were very, I mean, I'm grateful that you've applied. I like all the candidates. I have to make one decision. And I'm going to go with Matthew Esposito because his application has been in the longest, and I would hate for him to lose interest because he keeps coming to the meetings, and, you know, some of the agendas just don't make the deadline. So that is my recommendation for this vacancy.
So you agree with the Matthew?
Matthew Esposito. I like all the applicants, so don't get me
Well, no, I
wrong.
know,
But I gotta
I
pick
agree.
one, and he has had his application in the longest, and he's been coming to the meetings, and I don't want him to lose interest.
Oh, okay.
Because back in November, we didn't have anybody. They just appointed the same people.
Okay.
Also, again, I want to put out there is somebody who's wearing a dual hat, that anybody who else has an application in, don't lose interest.
Then we're over here scurrying to see if we can find a resolution just to make doubly sure that this is
Okay,
not.
that's what I was wondering.
We're just trying to see if by some chance in 2022, this was a resolution by council, just to make sure that we're not saying one thing and then doing something different. While everyone's reading, I'll talk for a second. I do think if it's not an adopted policy, we should go through and bring something formally and bring something to you guys, because you do want the ability for folks to have enough time to see it on Facebook, see it on the website. So if tonight it's not adopted, we should bring something forward and adopt some type of policy we can all agree on to give spacing for people to have enough time to apply for it.
Correct.
What date? Okay. According to the city secretary, on February 9th of 2022, that's when this board and commission appointment policy was adopted and approved by the city council.
February 9th, 2022.
For a bookkeeping thing in the future as well, why this is kind of lost in translation is the resolution is not a part of this document. So now that we know the resolution date, we're going to combine those two documents to make sure that they're together, because the document exists on the OneDrive without the resolution with it. So while it was made a motion and approved, I, for one, did not know there was a resolution for this. So we'll begin to go through, and this is all part of the website changes as well, that we'll start pairing these documents to the resolutions.
Can I ask?
I don't think there was a resolution or ordinance with, I think they just adopted the policy, but there was no corresponding ordinance or resolution.
Is it common to have all of the positions, city council, P&Z, EDC on the same application? Is it common to have all of that so unified? Or would it be better to have those separate moving forward too when we bring that back, or when y'all bring that back?
Typically, you'd want to assemble your appointed boards as one application, right? Because to apply for city council is a different process than applying for one of these, I'd call them a lower board, right? So typically you'd have an application process, because you also want different qualifications. People who are on EDC have a different skill set than those who are on P&Z. So even from that standpoint, you can even divest those applications further as well. But typically you would break out your council application, then have a board application that is then approved by your city council, because those two boards at the end of the day go to city council for appointment.
Okay. I don't know. Just seems that might be a good modernization, maybe. If it's common practice to also not have them all on one page. Suggestion.
and then all in one location, and then you can just address this chapter is in regards to this appointment, this chapter is in regard to, that way we can change one document and everybody can just look to one document, even though they'll each have their own procedures, timelines, whatever.
And then I do think adding the provision to allow us to take this before 90 days if there is people interested. Because again, it's painful that we have people interested. And there's a policy that's preventing us from choosing people who want to be on these boards, right? So I do think if we do bring something in May, we can amend timelines as well. That way, because 90 days still wouldn't be May 7th. But
Right.
if we were to, I imagine, adopt the policy changes as one of the earlier agenda items, at that point, then you could act earlier than 90 days. Tyler, if that sounds reasonable to you. So I think my recommendation would be to bring this document back, add provisions to allow us to take it before 90 days if there's more than 2 applicants, and then allow us to act before 90 days. Because again, that allows us to be able to make decisions on people who are interested.
And I noticed on the one that we received today, it had both planning and zoning and EDC checked. So is that accurate? Because I thought that planning and zoning and EDC, that they wouldn't be on the same.
Yeah, you can technically apply for both boards. You just set up for potential conflicts if you're on both boards, but you can be on both boards. It's just, it gets a little bit weird when you have EDC conversations that will then bleed into zoning conversations. And then you have to find out if someone has to recuse themselves based on known information that it supersedes what P&Z will know. So I do think also from this, we should create separate applications for these boards to really divest the interest. Because again, they're doing 2 completely different jobs. One is approving land use and other delegations of how land's being used. And then one is recruiting, retaining, and trying to acquire business for the city of Uhland. So they are functioning in 2 completely different capacities, but they do overlap. So I do think having 2 different applications would be beneficial. And again, all that can be done. We can take this same document, create 2 versions of it, update the timing of it. And on May 7th, at that point, I think we're less than 60 days removed when it was posted. So before 90, but at that point we are adhering to a policy that we've adopted.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, 30 days, if there's at least 2 applicants or something like that, should be something maybe the council can consider, and then we don't have to wait 90 days
Yep.
to do something.
My
Yeah.
recommendation would be to, if there's more than 2 applicants, it can go on the next meeting. Because,
Oh, yeah.
because at that point, that could be 15 days, it could be 10 days. Because again, the noticing period for a council meeting is only 3 business days. So if we post it on a Monday and we get 8 applicants by Wednesday, that could go to the next council meeting because it exceeds that threshold for applicants. So there's ways to do this that allow us to give us flexibility as opposed to this document that says you should do these things. That just doesn't allow us to be flexible at all.
Okay, thank you very much.
I have a question on, and I think you mentioned, or did you mention, item number 8, where it has PNC, Economic Development, and then Parks and Rec and other. So are you saying that an applicant cannot or can check both PNC and EDC? Or should we have separate application for PNC, separate for EDC?
You can leave it all as one because essentially what you're doing is you're gauging this person's interest in boards. So if they say they're interested in these boards, doesn't mean you have to give them both boards. If you read their resume and their application, they appear to be more qualified for one or the other, you can just choose one of their checkboxes. All they're doing is essentially saying, I'm interested in serving on these boards and commissions. So it's not saying you have to accept them on both of them. It's just gauging interest. So if we divest it and do 2 different applications, that solves that problem. But in reality, just checking the boxes doesn't mean you have to appoint them on those 2 boards. They're just saying, if I'm going to serve, I want to serve on one of these 2, right? Because they leave Parks and Rec, which is a defunct board now, I believe. Then you can just essentially pick them on for whatever you think is the best fit for that person. Because again, council has the ultimate authority for appointment of these boards.
Okay, so we had 2 council members select Matthew Esposito. Are we going to go ahead and vote for him today because the precedence was set back in November 2025?
What, didn't we just go through that we're stuck to 90 days?
I heard that,
Yeah.
but because
So-
the precedence was set in November 2025, and Council, the governing body went ahead and appointed 2 people then and did not wait the 90 days.
I hear you. You've
Yes.
explained it a couple of times.
So I'm asking
So-
for clarification.
Well, we got clarification. We didn't get it at the last meeting because I voted yes on that P and Z. I remember voting for it. But this clarification was not presented to us at that time.
Well,
So now
I'm sorry, I did bring it up.
but it wasn't brought up that it was a council adopted 90.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it was a policy, but not a council
Yeah,
adopted
now
policy?
so but if we're saying, we can put on the agenda to change that policy on May 7th and on that same day, vote again.
That'd be my request, is that we make this policy whole and right, and then we adhere to our policies. Again, I can't speak to what this council did previously, but I would have the same advice then that I do now, which is when we adopt things, we should be adhering to them. Again, it's bad precedent and it's not a good look for the city of Uhland. However, my job as administrator is moving forward. I want to make sure that we're aligning with our policies. And so I do think that we should create policy that is flexible, though, because having rigid policies is how you get to the spot where you just appoint people because it's too long to wait. So again, the policy should fit what this council is trying to achieve, which is flexibility to appoint people as they come in.
Well, I would make a motion to table this item to the next meeting. And as a sub-note, direct the city administrator to look at our policy for appointments.
Can I ask for a clarification if you'd like these applicants to come back as well? On the
They're
same-
invited to.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on the goal, so then we do coordinate that, since it was a coordination effort.
They're always invited to, but
Well, I guess what I'm asking is council intending to review these applications and make a determination at the next meeting?
I already reviewed all of them.
Well, yeah, with policy amendment.
When the
I think-
right, it'll be
I think Mary's
staggered
gonna
where the
move forward.
policy is rectified and approved and a new one's implemented and approved, and then you've got the applications.
Yeah. Does-
Again, yes, I just want
does-
to make sure we're all clear.
Does staff need direction that we would like to see it on the next agenda, a policy amendment to give us that flexibility? And we'd like to see that as like item 1 or 2, and then bring the applicants back on, let's make it early for the applicants, like item 3.
Yep, this would be probably one of the first agendas. It'd
Yeah.
be agenda number 1 would be amending the policy, and then 2 would be to appoint somebody. So we can get
Yeah, 'cause
everyone
we-
in and out quicker, not waste people's time.
We did put them through 3. Well, by the time we're probably done a 4-hour meeting.
So I feel like staff has the notes. I feel like Councilmember LaPointe's motion still stands. Is that agreeable? Okay. So we have a motion by Councilmember LaPointe.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Rollins Contreras. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPointe.
Aye.
Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. We are on 6.9, discussion and possible action to remove Jeff Hummel from the Economic Development Corporation EDC Place 3. Councilmember LaPointe.
yes, and I do apologize that I didn't have that agenda report. It was emailed to me and I was not able to on my computer. Okay, I have a really old computer. I guess that's what I'm gonna say. I was not able to format it where I can type into it. And I want to expose people to reading my handwriting. I should have been a doctor. But to address some previous comments that were made, in my previous profession that I medically retired from 8 years ago, I had at least a peripheral professional interaction with most of the professionals within the county. The individual concerning this discussion item, I have never had lunch with or dinner that I can ever recall, unless it was at a business something. Nor have we ever visited each other's homes. We don't contact each other. I'm not on social media. We don't text. We don't call. I don't know her family life. I don't know anything about her. And so the comments that this public comment made are just perpetuating someone's agenda that I'm trying to protect a friend of mine. And I adamantly say that is false, that is rumors. There's no personal relationship that I have with this person. It is disrespectful for somebody to try and assume that and to say that I have a personal agenda regarding this. My only concern, and the reason I brought up this agenda item, is because we had an EDC member take action against an employee or former employee of the school district. The EDC is a separate entity. They're the Economic Development Corporation. They have their own bylaws. They have their own rules. They have no authority to hire, fire, reprimand, or discipline in any way or promote any of the city employees. So for a EDC member, which I'm really curious as to how he got that list that is now out because of a public records request, I found out, means that we had somebody from council or somebody from our legal or somebody present to an EDC member investigative notes on a former employee without the entire council discussing it or anything, presented to EDC because they couldn't get their agenda accomplished by having council act on it all those times. And so they presented to this poor guy who didn't realize what he was getting into. And he takes action on it and files a complaint. So not only is the city open up to potential lawsuits, now because of this EDC members' actions, the EDC corporation is open to an exposure to potential lawsuits, not limited, but to include the Whistleblowers Act retaliation rules. So the reason I have this on the agenda is we cannot have EDC members taking it upon themselves to take actions against employees of the city. The city council is responsible for hiring and firing the city administrator and by ordinance, the city secretary. The city administrator is therefore responsible for all the subordinate employees after that. And if the city administrator wanted to present this to us and wanted us to take action, then that's how it should have occurred. But for somebody to give him this list of documents that had only previously been seen within the investigation and have the EDC act on it, I think is somebody's agenda trying to be pushed through by using this poor guy. But for him to take action against the employee, I will reiterate, we cannot do that. We must therefore remove him from the EDC so that as soon as we learned an EDC member stepped out of bounds of their authority, the city council took action to remove them, then we show that we are acting as a responsible council to hold our EDC members compliant with the rules. Thank you.
I have a question. Previously, you said you had never met the former city or the former finance director.
And that's not correct. I said I did not have a friendship relationship with her.
To me, the way I interpret it when I asked you if you had a personal relationship with her, if you knew her from the past, if based on the reluctancy from you to move information forward. To me, it felt like there was a personal reason that you were doing that. So that's why I asked you if you knew her before.
And I did explain that we worked in the same professional realm, and I had conducted business where she would have been a part of it. Yes, I did. And you having feelings that I had
Well, no,
some
no,
kind
no.
of, excuse me, I'm still speaking. And you having feelings that I have some kind of personal relationship when I have repeatedly told you that I do not. You're saying that your opinion about this subject depends on your feelings of my personal relationship. I had said from the beginning, professionally, we have ran into each other or maybe had to work on something together. I can't even recall the exact details. You know what? You can shake your head as much as you want because you want to change the narrative to fit what you think the narrative is. But you can ask the other council members. I have said professionally, there is no personal relationship. My concern with this is we had a city administrator and then there was action taken by a previous city administrator. We had a finance director and then there was action taken against a finance director. And in my feelings, in my personal opinion, it's because of it, they didn't fit in with somebody's agenda. So the point of the fact is she can be my bestest friend, which she's not. That doesn't matter. Overstepped his boundaries. That's what matters. Exposed us to legal. That's what matters.
Can I ask? Oh, so sorry. Can I ask a question? What say you about the actual grievances and the concerns about the actions of the former finance director?
I think that's a different subject because we're here to address the fact that this agenda item, which we need to adhere to, this agenda item is about the removal because an EDC member overstepped their authorities and opened us up and exposed us to liability. And so we need to address the fact that the council is, as soon as we learn about this, taking action to remove that member because they do not have authority over our employees.
But that person was a former employee, and then also you're quickly walking past the main reason why that person felt the need or duty to do what they did. You're walking past it entirely and not commenting on it.
Okay, so you're walking right past the fact that they didn't have the authority. So you're saying if they believe in their mind that their action is somehow legitimized by their personal opinion of the subject matter, so they should go ahead and take action without authority?
No, I just find it strange to just segment the conversation. But go ahead, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor Pro Tem.
I want clarification here. So we're talking about Jeff turned in a complaint to the whatever board her.
And I requested a copy
CPA
of the
association, I
complaint.
believe, some type of association.
Thank you.
maybe.
So
What is it? What is it?
I
I
think
didn't.
it's
CPA
I don't know the
association
name
or-
of it, but I think it's a CPA
or
with
something.
No?
Something close to that.
Okay.
But I want to step
I
back.
don't know
So
it.
in that EDC meeting that, and I can speak as, right?
It was open session.
Yeah.
So
That was presented to us as a board. And the board was pretty upset and voted to take action. Much like a city council meeting, we have legal sitting there approving what we're doing. So at this point, I'm not mad at Jeff. I'm mad at legal if Jeff has stepped out because he did act by power of the board with approval from EDC legal.
In reviewing the minutes, I did not see where the EDC board took action to direct Jeff Hummel to file the complaint.
I wasn't there at that meeting, so I don't
And
know.
she wasn't there.
I remember us talking about it in depth in
In executive session.
Nope.
It wasn't on, it was not on the
It was
agenda.
not on the agenda.
So the update, and I was in attendance, like I'm not part of EDC in any capacity, but it was part of the treasurer's update. So the ARMS, the president, treasurer, secretary, all have agenda items. And through their agenda item, that is when this was discussed through EDC.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so it was an agenda item of, hey, by the way, I'm going to be doing this. It was not the EDC reviewing this in full, and the EDC attorney should have directed them to the city
And-
attorney to say, employees are under the jurisdiction of the city.
And that's what I want to focus on, because Jeff bringing that up, us getting upset about it, we're under legal observation. That's their job. So
Right.
now I've got, you're pointing out Jeff. I want to point to, and Tyler, correct me if I'm wrong, or anybody correct me if I'm wrong, but I want to point at legal, because Jeff walked out of that meeting feeling he was empowered legally to do what he did.
Well,
So that is co-signed, or not even co-signed, primarily signed by legal, saying, yes, you are acting within the bylaws, you are acting within the law, yes, you are capable of doing this.
Chris, can I ask a question? How was Deborah French's actions brought to the EDC's attention?
I believe, just like Hayden said, it was part of the EDC is a lot less formal than a council meeting. So yeah, it was brought through. I have to rely on what Hayden's telling me, that it was brought through Jeff's update.
and how did Jeff get a hold of the information?
I did not ask that.
I
Nor
know.
do I want to speak.
Yeah,
out.
go ahead, Mayor.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much detail we go into it, but as this EDC treasurer, given the documents that it was discovered was that Miss French sent herself, they were notified
They were notified by whom?
by me.
Okay, so since January, it has been on our agenda time after time again, and you were not able to accomplish it. And so, and so you presented this information to the EDC, and then Jeff Hummel takes the fall
No.
because no action was actually taken by the EDC.
Okay, I think we're getting
Okay.
into what council has discussed in executive session, so we need to be careful. What I will say is that
No,
you
it's-
can remove an EDC member with or without cause, so it doesn't really matter what the reason is. We don't need to get into the details. Council can vote on this item, and we can move on.
But I have questions before council votes. Go ahead and finish, and then I'll ask my
Well, I kind
questions.
of lost track because we-
Okay. So first, excuse me. First of all, I want to address what Councilmember Contreras said. She asked a fair question that I think, and you're going to correct me because I'm paraphrasing. You said we were not, or she was not moving the information forward. So when I hear something like that, I want to cross all my T's, dot all my I's to the best of my ability before making a serious decision on a person, on an employee. For example, I'm not going to give details, but for example, when the former city administrator was, the discussion, we went by legal. And when legal said do this, we did it by legal. And when we have those discussions in there, I want to make sure the reason that I had a lot of hesitation is because I wanted to make sure that I reviewed the documents, and I didn't get to review them because every time I came to talk to the city administrator, we had tons of information to discuss, and I still wanted to review them. But then I find out that EDC had already reported the former employee French to the CPA. I do have a great concern if Jeff Hummel acted alone in this, Why was it not on the agenda? Why hide it? What's the secret? You know, we're supposed to put everything on there, even if it was discussed in executive session. If it was, you're supposed to have certain language on executive session on how to discuss that. So I am concerned as to why city council is not supposed to discuss what goes inside of an executive session, but then it went to an EDC.
Yeah, the mayor gave it to the EDC.
And so I thought we weren't
The
supposed to do
day
that.
it was discovered, let's just iron out the timeline here, the literal day and moment, because there were financial concerns related to some of the information discovered. So the financial personnel on the boards were notified. That's it. That's just proper and healthy. And that is literally it.
But
And then the EDC board, as an independent yet connected board to the city council, did what they felt they needed to do. So if there's a gap of information happening, which I do not disagree, but that's not, again, I still find it so odd to keep focusing on that and not the actual thing that caused this entire conversation.
And
But go ahead.
And the reason I focus on the actions is because to clean up this city, we have to follow the rules, and we have to just not bend to somebody's particular agenda to go after a person. So when I look at this and I see that the mayor provided the treasurer
As due
with
diligence
information on an employee
for oversight, yes.
then and
For
the,
theft.
and the mayor put it on the agenda time after time at city council. And as the council member Contreras mentioned, she had this feeling because I was standing in the way of moving forward to take action. The reason, and I explained it before a million times, the reason I did not want to take action is because of the fact that we did not have all the information that we needed. We did not have proof that some rule was broken. We did not have proof that the employee knew that there was a rule in place. We did not have proof that there was a retention schedule that the employee
Still
was
talking
aware
about
of.
executive session.
I'm not talking about executive session. I'm saying this is my opinion.
So, okay, pause. Council was given ample time between the two executive sessions that were had, if not three. Someone would have to jog my memory or check the meeting minutes. This was brought, it's not an agenda. It's just healthy oversight. So the political pantomiming, and I can't with it. So I'm actually, irregardless if you believe it, believe in seeing something that's in the shadow that's concerning and putting a light on it. So you kind of mystifying that or making the water muddy because you want to actually reverse engineer it for something personal, I disagree with.
Well, okay, then you only want to put a light on the things that don't affect you.
Couldn't disagree with you.
So
Everything was
we're
given
gonna
in transparency.
disagree about
Mhm.
all of this.
Most certainly we will.
because I want to put a light on the fact that there's an agenda being played underground using the EDC to accomplish it. My
Personal
recommendation
opinion.
is that Jeff Hummel was used as a pawn, and but in doing so, he took action. He did not, and that's the bottom line. Whether somebody agrees with it or disagrees with whatever, he took action he was not authorized to do regarding a current or former employee.
I do want to
So
provide
I'm-
2 points of clarification real fast.
Okay.
The first one is that I attended that meeting. I was in the executive session. This was not on the exec agenda. It was not discussed in exec. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear here, that this was only discussed in the moment the treasurer gave an update, did not go beyond that 30 or 45-second update from him. The second piece is information that was given to the treasurer. Typically, if a finance document that has bank account or routing numbers is known to have been leaked or released, common practice would be to notify the people who manage that finance to change their account numbers or routing numbers. So I can't speak to it. I wasn't here when all this happened last year, but typically, if someone were to say your bank account routing number has been sent somewhere outside of the realm that is contained within the city, you would then make changes to your accounting and routing numbers to make sure that there is no potential issues in the future. So that to me is how this would have gotten out, at least for me, because I would want someone to tell me if something was out there. So I can't dispel what happened when this whole thing unfolded. But what I can say is common practice would be if you know your routing and account number has been sent somewhere other than where it's supposed to, your first action then is to call the bank and change your account information.
Which they were
Right.
as well.
And
The
so-
bank was notified as well as the treasurer on the other board that the bank was associated with.
So
Seems
because
pretty
this
reasonable.
information had been previously sent out in open records request, there was public that knew it. So I agree with the fact that the treasurer could be notified so that he can change his accounts. Does not give him authority to take action against an employee.
I have a question. If you believe that someone broke the law, if you believe that a law was broken, don't you think that you should say something? Or do you think you should just wait and continue to push it another month?
Okay, so as the mayor so eloquently said, you're muddying the waters about my opinion if somebody broke the law, because so far, as I mentioned earlier, nobody's proven to me that somebody has broken the law. Nobody has proven any of that documentation to me that somebody's broken the law. Secondly, what is my beliefs about somebody breaking the law have to do with he overstepped his authority?
Because if I find out that anyone broke the law, then I feel obligated to report it to the authorities.
Okay,
So
your point
if that's what he believed and that's what he did, which I wasn't there, so I don't know. I found out this information the same time that I believe you and Councilmember Garza found out about it. But if someone believes that a law has been broken and they report it, the entity that they report it to is going to do an investigation and they'll say, yes, this is valid, or no, it's not valid.
well, okay, that's a process, a legal process that can be followed. Did the EDC member, out of this concern that this law had been broken, which there's no documentation about that anyways, did he go to the city administrator and say, you need to bring this to city council?
I'm not speaking about this.
I'm still speaking.
I'm
Did he
speaking
go
hypothetically.
to the city attorney and say, I have a concern about this issue? No. He said, I know what, I'm just going to make this little blurb in my treasury report, and then I'm going to go take action against a former employee.
Have you spoken to
That's
Mr.
my
Hummel?
issue.
It's a-
It's the authority issue.
So he ran it through his board. They had their EDC lawyer, right, Mr. Warndall?
It was not on
so-
the agenda except as a note.
Okay.
Not a item to discuss and take action on. It was a
Okay.
note.
So I want to focus back in on that. Jeff did check in with legal right there. Legal signed off on this. So my question comes back to our administrator and our city legal. What's the implication there? Because if Jeff's being greenlit by legal to say, yes, this is an action you can take, then he's feeling, at that rate, I'm feeling like he's walking out there going, okay, I've been empowered. I've checked in. This has been done. And now I'm taking this action. So smarter people know a lot more than me.
Well, I don't believe that our city attorney is that objective in this topic.
It's not this city
Well-
attorney. There's another attorney for the
It's-
EDC.
I know, but
You
you're
already
asking him his-
accused me of leaking information to Jeff Hummel, which you just found out was inaccurate. So do you have any other accusations you want to levy against me while we're at it?
I'll make a list. But
Okay.
my point is, this member was not authorized. Do we allow that to happen and then in the future just say, oh yeah, the EDC member just fired one of our employees or just wrote it or whatever, so.
But that's not firing an employee is not
Yeah, she
an accurate,
resigned.
example.
Right.
Quit.
But stepping over.
Overstepping bounds, I understand where
Yeah.
you're coming from on that.
Yeah.
My biggest problem is with having legal there, checking out, making sure we're following our bylaws, doing what we're supposed to be doing. If that legal is not telling our board members the right information, then I'm holding legal responsible for this, not necessarily Jeff. You see,
So you want to fire their legal attorney? We have no authority over their legal
well, I'm
representation.
trying to get a little bit of clarity on what we can and cannot do. And I don't think Jeff should take the fall if legal co-signed on him to do the action.
I can answer a portion of that, then I'll defer to Tyler. So the main thing here is that it should have been an agendized item, right? So this is the penultimate problem here, is that if it was going to be discussed and brought forward, the agenda itself should have mentioned what was being discussed. And again, I can't speak to whether that's an attorney problem or how their agendas are even set, but typically how our agendas are set, they go through a process for assigning agenda numbers, and they go through a process to be notified. I'm not sure what EDC's process is or if they even have one. But to me, the bigger problem is that the agenda should have mentioned this discussion on the agenda. Because again,
Right.
you're not breaking a Texas meeting or Open Meetings Act by talking about things off the agenda. So I can
Right.
tell you, if this was brought forward to our meeting and it began to venture off into this, legal and myself would have said this is not part of the agenda, which you've heard multiple times tonight, which is as you kind of leave the agendized item, our job is to steer it back, right? And again, we can't speak to the attorney for EDC or how their agendas are set, at least I cannot. But that to me is kind of the penultimate problem here, is that the agenda needs to be locked up in a way that allows for people to know what's being discussed.
Correct. So they violated the Open Meetings Act, which,
Legal.
and then the former employee never knew that she was on the agenda because she wasn't. So never had an opportunity to speak or be present at the meeting. And then and I hate to keep just reiterating the same point again, is we have to hold people accountable for taking action outside of their authority.
Seems quite ironic because that is exactly what caused the concern.
I have questions.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, because you were present there, did the EDC board vote on whatever Jeff Hummel was saying because he checked with legal? Did you just get informed?
It was a discussion with everybody but Keisha there. But, and with legal there that was presented to us. And what do you call it when you take up?
General consensus?
General consensus was, we're upset. We're talking to legal. What can we do? And I believe, if I remember right, Jeff said, "What I'd like to report this to the CPA board." And we all said, "Yeah, that sounds like a reasonable action." We turn it to legal. And legal saying, "Yes, that's an appropriate action to take." So Jeff took that action. That's why
But that
if it wasn't on the agenda, if it wasn't. Sounds like we've got my problem is we got a rogue lawyer.
Well,
because we're supposed to be caught, we're supposed to be directed by our legal to not break the law. And if he broke the law, stepped out of bounds because he's being told it's okay.
Okay, so
that's
following
my
up with
fight.
what you're
Yep.
saying, so then my next question is, who prepares the agenda for EDC? Who
That
prepares
would-
the language and who prepares it?
That's the president and legal. And I think
Not the secretary.
Okay.
No.
No,
No.
hold it.
The
Not
answer
the
is-
secretary.
The last one that was already approved by the previous EDC interim, their attorney and their president. I only posted it
Yep.
and helped out for the minutes to step in since their interim is gone, for the record.
Okay, so for the record, the agenda for EDC is passed through their attorney.
Yep.
And then the EDC president, Ron Merrill, he compiles the agenda.
well, he
So
compiles it, gives it to the
He
lawyer.
left off the part about,
I can't speak to
well,
if-
but
Yeah.
for the record.
That item was
Yeah.
Nobody knows if that item was requested. The agenda was already created before Vicky Rudy left. EDC did not have a meeting in the prior months, and so I reached out to them because they needed help. And I said, look, I will help you post things in minutes and be there. That was not an agenda item, but I did not see any interaction to request it as an agenda item. But their attorney and Von Barrow did already have an agenda together. What they're saying is that this item was just part of the treasurer report.
Right.
There was nothing separated.
Right, but what the city administrator said was that it should have been on the agenda, and I don't know why you brought up interim Vicky Rudy, because she resigned. Hold on. She resigned, I'd like to finish, please. December 17th, 2025, so she was not in the picture, and here we are, April. So no Vicky Rudy here.
I believe
No,
that
you're
was the
miss-
last meeting though. So
Sorry,
they-
you're missing information. She left a template for their next meeting.
So the meeting was supposed to happen in
Mhm.
January, then February, and then it ended up happening in March.
Mhm.
So the same agenda perpetuated forward because there was no
Yes.
meeting to be had. So the agenda that was taken this last meeting was actually prepared months and months ago. It just kept moving dates because they couldn't get a
So
quorum
we're,
together.
so we're gonna blame Vicky Rudy.
No.
No,
No,
No, not at all.
but I would like to get back
my
to the focus
God.
of the question is that, we have a council member that's saying, oh, legal, legal, legal. If legal gives me bad advice or I decide not to follow legal's advice, I'm the one that goes to jail, not him. I'm the one that gets fined, not him. So why aren't we holding somebody else accountable? And we don't know what legal told him.
Sorry, can I make a recommendation? It sounds like you're criticizing and prosecuting a brash decision that you think Mr. Hummel performed, a brash decision that may or may not have been legal, that may or may not have caused liability to the city or the EDC. But I feel like you're in equal measure doing the same thing. I feel like perhaps what really should happen is a recommendation to review what happened, bring it back as because there's a lot of gross oversimplification and assumption that you're making about his intentions, about people and agendas. And so wouldn't it make sense to bring this back, get it evaluated, have the EDC, maybe lawyer even speak to it? I mean, just get actual information.
I can probably tell by the makeup of the council, we'll probably have to wait till after the election. So I would like to make
I have one more question before you make a motion. I want to address the mayor when you made the comment about the pantomime, is what you said.
Mhm.
And I want to remind you that any agenda on here says discussion and possible action. Discussion. We're talking about it. We may not like it, we may not agree with it, but please have some respect for your elected officials here.
Councilmember Garza.
I'm not finished. I have the floor, please. Because this has happened to me before in the past, and I don't like it. So please keep those labels, those judgments, keep them to yourself, and let's focus on the agenda item and what each council member is bringing to the table here. We don't have to like it. We don't have to agree, but we have a right, like it says right here, to discuss it. That's all I'm trying to say.
And my decision on my language of how to discuss it or describe it is my right and my opinion. And I was not intending to offend you, but I can
I'm
also
not
give this.
offended.
Can I?
I'm
I'm
not-
sorry. I have the floor.
Mhm.
Please. So it's a little rich. I hear your opinion. I'm listening, but it's coming off a little rich.
Well, let me follow up with that. You have a right, everybody here has a right to say and discuss what they need to. And, we're already at a point where we're just going back and forth with this. But I do want to reiterate that as council members here, we either have a voice or we don't. So don't censor us. You either have a governing body here or you don't. Do it yourself. Have the attorney, the city administrator, and yourself do whatever you want to. Get rid of the governing body. I said this last time. And so I just want to be able to ask questions. I don't have all the information. And everybody, you have a certain amount. You were not there. Mary has her agenda item. And I just do not want to be censored, and I think everybody here at this table needs to be able to discuss what they need to discuss. That is
Okay.
all. Thank you.
To recenter this, so what is before us? Council, as Tyler said, needs no reason to remove anybody from boards. So this action can happen regardless of anyone's feelings or personal beliefs about this, because council is the ultimate authority for this decision. What could be prudent is to allow the applicant to come speak on this. Again, not required, because you guys have the ultimate authority.
He spoke at the public comments.
Correct. And through talking with him and giving him notice about this, he said that he had to work tonight, so he couldn't come speak at this item just because the timing was too short notice for the job that he has. And so an option would be to put on the agenda next time to give a full timeline for him to be able to come speak in person. Or again, this council can just make a decision, because that is your guys' authority to set board members. So on to my request of you guys is either to make a decision and vote, or table this to let him come back and have this back and forth to get details about how things were given to him, what legal guidance he was given. We can include Josh from EDC. But the most important thing is none of that is required, because you need no reason at all to remove anybody from a board. So while the dialogue is great and we're finding things out, not necessary, because you guys are the ultimate authority on how boards are composed.
Right.
Thank
And he decided to spend his 3 minutes speaking, talking about my personal relationships and my personal motivations, and instead of just trying to explain the situation. So, I believe we've heard from him, and I do appreciate that. And I think since we don't need cause to remove somebody, although there is cause in this case, I think we should just take action to remove the council, the EDC member, so that we can show everybody that we're taking accountability and we're taking action on what goes on at the EDC.
On a lot of assumption.
Does
You're
anyone have a
making-
motion?
For item number 6.9, I'm gonna make a motion to not remove Jeff Hummel from the EDC Place 3.
Motion by Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Warndall. Mayor Pro Tem Warndall.
Aye.
Councilmember LaPointe.
No.
Councilmember Rollins Contreras.
Aye.
Councilmember Garza. I vote aye. We are on,
It'll be on next
Nope.
agenda.
Nope.
okay. We are on 6.10, discussion and possible action regarding staff communication protocols, financial integrity and responsibility, and compliance with city's code of ethics, including potential corrective action. Councilmember LaPointe?
Yes, and I think this would go in conjunction with Councilmember Garza's limiting the mayor's authority, because although the city secretary signed that lease for the employees, for the police vehicles, and that lease was not approved through council, she was actually acting under somebody of an authority figure to her, because the council appoints the city secretary by ordinance. So in my belief is that the mayor, through the abuse of power and official misconduct, got a subordinate to sign a lease against the policies and against the rules, against our financial policies, against the state rules. And so I would like to address the council and see if the council would like to take action against the mayor to report her for abuse of power.
Wouldn't that just come as a report by you through an ethics complaint? Isn't that the proper process and procedure?
Yes, that is what I would recommend. I mean, Councilmember LaPointe has talked a lot about following rules. That is why we have an ethics ordinance. I would follow the procedure laid out in the ethics ordinance if you have an ethics complaint.
Okay, but see, this is a legal problem. Abuse of power is not just ethics. Abuse of power and
Can you define that?
misappropriation of
Can you
funds.
define abuse of power,
and-
please, if you understand it?
Okay. As I was saying, abuse of power, misappropriation of funds, official misconduct, those are not just ethics complaints, those are legal complaints. And so that's why I brought it to the council in this way, instead of just saying ethically, man, it was messed up. She shouldn't have done that. Legally, she didn't have the authority. And what are the legal ramifications for abuse of power for that? So, I mean, if you look at section, I believe it's the criminal code 39.02, I believe it is.
Can I
When
ask
they-
a question?
You can look it up.
When you're looking that up. Several questions. 5 vehicles not paid for at all, in use, outfitted, 0 payment, fully approved in another budget year, correct? No payments have gone to that capital asset whatsoever. In the rectification of that financial problem and additional liability, what is the purchasing power of the nominal interest added to a lease? What was that? I mean, it's like, what was the, Mr. Brodowski, what would you say the rough total of the interest at the end of that?
It was 6.5% per vehicle. So I wouldn't be able to quantify at the top of my head that math, but again, it's 6% of about $50,000.
How much?
6% ish.
So my question would be, that should be reviewed to see if it actually does fit within the parameter. They were approved purchases. They were budgeted items. There's a lot of questions here and a lot of gross, oversimplified assumptions. Councilmember LaPointe. And on top of, before I hand back the microphone to you, it was not made in a vacuum. It was with the consultant Vicky Rudy as a guiding post and a reference. And it was also the fact that we had 5 police vehicles in operation, 0 pennies, not even a dime, not even a whisper of a payment for over 8 months. So yeah, let's walk past that other problem
Well,
again.
So you're, you're wanting to say again that, okay, something's wrong, so let's do something wronger.
That's what you're doing right
To
now,
try and
Councilmember
fix
LaPointe.
it.
Councilmember LaPointe, there's a process and
I'm
procedure.
still talking.
Go for it.
Okay. It's like with this situation, the agenda item before. It's like, well, I'm trying to fix this. I'm trying to fix this. I'm trying to fix that. And so let me go ahead and do something potentially illegal or wrong or whatever you want to call it, unethical. I understand there were time constraints. I understand that there were financial issues. I'll be completely honest. Those things are lower down on my concern radar than things that potentially break the law or break the rules or whatever you want to call it. And so that's why I brought this to council, is because you believe you acted in the correct way.
Not necessarily.
And that scares the crap out of me, because how do you think it's okay to get a subordinate to do something?
I did not get a subordinate to do something. You're implying a lot of malicious, malevolent language consistently in this conversation. We are talking about a liability of the city, and we're also consistently walking past the 2 people responsible at the first stopgap of this problem. And you're persecuting the 2 people that actually worked on a solution with the guidance and assistance of a person that y'all had a consultant as an interim city administrator. So again, it's just, I'm sorry, if you stand on an ivory tower, it feels like you should also practice what you preach. And you're also going outside of the lines of process and procedure to even rake me over the coals like this. So go ahead. Sorry, Councilmember Warndall.
Well, I want to air some frustration over this as well. That, issuing debt on behalf of the city without coming to council
Correct.
is very, I'm upset about it as well. That the fact that when we voted for those cars, I don't care who was sitting over there, when we as a council voted for those cars, they were supposed to be paid for in cash. They were cash purchase that didn't get done, and that went into the next budget year. That was never represented back to council as a problem.
Correct.
And this is where I've got issue. So hey, the $250,000 in cars, am I spouting this out? Roughly 160, 200. Yeah. So way over any kind of authorization for anybody to sign for without council approval.
It was approved.
In the previous budget year.
Correct.
In the previous budget year, and it didn't get taken care of. So that it didn't get allocated into the next year's budget. So there should have been a budget amendment. And if we're going to issue debt on behalf of the city, it should have came to council.
And it was
I, as you can tell, I am upset. A lot of people think I always side with you. No, today, Lacey, I am Mayor. I am upset that happened without it at least coming across this dais. In some way, shape, or form.
I understand and I agree with you. I agree with you all. Again, in a literal vacuum, our lawyer resigned in March.
Yeah.
And believe me, he resigned sooner than that. And then on top of, we were removing a city administrator. I mean,
A shit show.
no, that's not even, that's like
pardon the
literally
French.
1/32 of it.
Yeah.
That's one certain, I can't even tell you all of it. And I have told all of you all of it, but it all just seems to go into a pile of amnesia. But I am not saying that at the time, I consulted Vicky Rudy. We consulted Vicky Rudy. It was going to be brought back as a budget amendment. She said that was the best option the city has to take care of an insane liability. Now, in all the chaos of also finding out that the city budget had a $400,000 secret deficit and actually had no money in it, this is all happening in the same month, y'all. And I'm not diminishing the concern. I agree with it. I agree that the proper process was not followed. But it wasn't because of some abuse of power. It wasn't because of some malicious, malevolent, consistent language that my opponents consistently try to put on me. I feel genuinely like we are trying to solve 1,000 problems, and in the solution, we're being harped and bullied and badgered. And how about educated? How about healthily criticized? How about actually be an ally that disagrees with me instead of an enemy that disagrees with me?
Okay, I have a
So
question.
Then do we just make a motion to
No, I'm
file
not.
an ethics
I have
violation?
questions.
Okay.
I have a question. I want to follow up with what you said, and I agree. And so what you were saying is local government code 102.009 that says the city follows a budget when there's money to be spent. No one can spend money, not even the mayor, if not approved on the budget. And if there's going to be money to be spent, council needs to be notified and the budget needs to be amended. That's the failure right there. Council was not informed. There's a lot of things council does not get informed here. That's a fact.
That's your opinion.
That's a
Councilmember
fact.
Garza, no, that's your opinion.
That's a fact.
And it's an abusive one.
No,
And it's
Well,
resulted
and
in a
then-
very surprising event.
Then
no.
we just
I
had a
keep records.
discussion item about a former employee there was no, in my opinion, there was no documented law that was broken or rule that was followed or anything like that. And then we have this situation that we're discussing with the mayor, where it's been admittedly that she put the city in debt. And wrongly, without council approval, without legal authority to do so, directing a subordinate to do that. And we had the previous item, when there was no proof of law broken, we had two council members
No proof.
try to, prevent removal of an EDC member. But in this situation, because it's a mayor and there is, by admission, wrongdoing, we can't get anywhere.
That's not
There's-
true.
There's a difference
We're
between
saying-
admission of
okay.
wrongdoing and criminal liability. You referred to abuse of official capacity, Penal Code 3902. That requires intent to obtain a benefit or intent to harm or defraud another. So, I mean, Mark Goronzik has already said he referred this to the Caldwell DA, so that's going to be up to the DA to decide whether there was criminal intent or not.
This item has been referred to the DA? You said?
According to Mark Goronzik's Facebook post, yes.
What specifically has been referred to the DA? Do you know?
No, you'd have to ask the original poster.
So I feel like we're getting off topic here. Can we just make a motion for, what is your intention of this? You
Right
want
now,
to
I would table it until I could, for this item, I would table it so I can get more information. Because I don't think that this council is going to do anything other than that.
Well, I think that it sounds like there's an ethics violation complaint that needs to be filed.
I agree.
I agree.
That is one question I have. What are we tabling exactly? Because we need to know, like, what is the intent of the action that we're tabling to come back and reopen this to discuss? And so the ethics violation complaint would be an action that you would take. But from this discussion, possible action, we just need to know what are we tabling to discuss in the
Right.
future.
Well, actually, I would prefer to make the motion that, and I'm not sure how to word this, maybe you can help me with this, Hayden, to make a motion to file an ethics violation complaint against the mayor, Lacey Duke, for her actions taken in directing an employee to sign a lease, putting the city in debt without proper authorization.
Is this the proper process for
That-
filing an ethics
That is the
violation?
only, I was gonna mention, you don't need a motion to do that. You can just do that. Now, the motion here would essentially just be a public voicing of what your intent
I would
is.
like that.
But in terms of the actual due process for this, it would be an ethics complaint that is submitted by you personally, because the body itself can't jointly agree to this. It would come from the person who's making the complaint itself. So I don't know what that does though to the complaint, because I'm sure there is a due process part of this. I'm sure it gets reviewed and then there'd be findings. And so
It's in the code of ethics.
I just don't know if we do a body decision, does that hinder the actual ability to do an ethics complaint? That's my only
Right.
concern here.
Can we say that we direct the city administrator to file an ethics complaint, or who's eligible to file an ethics
It's you.
complaint?
It's you.
It needs to be a council member. It can't be one of us.
You're the
Okay.
complainant.
Since I work for you guys, I can't be somebody who files ethics complaints
Okay.
against you guys.
Okay, well then, I would make a motion that the council, how do I, support me in filing an ethics complaint against the mayor, Lacey Duke, for her actions regarding putting the city in debt without proper authorization.
I would advise taking no action on this item, and if anyone wants to file an ethics complaint, they can.
But it's just giving
The,
public
the only
support.
concern you'd have though is if it goes to a vote and it gets split and then council then denies this motion, you've now hindered your ability to bring the ethics complaint to council in a future date, because this body would have then denied the ethics complaint, right? So
Oh,
by having this body vote on it, and let's say, again, I have no idea how I would vote, but let's say it did go to a tie and then the mayor did break the tie on that. When you're
she'd have to recuse herself. It's about her.
that's a good question.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I just say file the complaint.
Like,
So,
what's the-
so irregardless, let's say
Just
it's
do
it's
it.
the four of you and it gets voted 2-2 in a tie and nothing happens. The ethics complaint eventually would come to this body, right? And so now you've predetermined essentially what would happen with the ethics violation. So truly the best path forward is this can be a discussion only. You've aired the grievances publicly
Okay.
now into the record.
Okay.
Now you can then go and file your complaint and it then follow the traditional path for an ethics violation.
Okay, thank you for that recommendation and that words of advice. I can do that. I just advise the council to I can file an ethics complaint. And in regards to the more serious charges, that's something that I can just have a discussion with legal about.
That's correct.
Yeah, there's a step-by-step in the code of ethics. Okay.
So any of those motions that I previously made, I rescind at this point.
Thank you. That concludes our meeting at 9:56.
Wait. We have
sorry, I didn't see yours.
The city administrator's report and announcements. It's,
I'm sorry, I'm
newly
not used to
added-
seeing that
It's
after
a
that. I'm
newly
so
added
sorry.
item to the agenda. So
We're
the
still
goal
in
of
on
this,
it.
So
Apologies.
the goal of this item is to, as much as we have public discourse as a group, I do want to touch on at least some wins as a city because I think it's important to highlight some of our successes as a city. Public Works has obviously made a lot of efforts in City Hall. We've painted the building. We've moved some furniture around. We've acquired free furniture to furnish our hallway to make it more welcoming. We've moved the veteran pictures to city council chambers. I will be putting on Facebook at some point in the next couple of days, requesting more people from the public to send us more veteran photos, active or past. I think it's important for us to honor those who served our country and this community. So expect that in the near future. I want to give an update on the GLO project. That is, as much as it seemed like it's stalled out, it is still progressing through the processes. The GLO funds from the state comptrollers were released on the 10th. There's something going on at the state level because there's 4 or 5 other communities who have not gotten their money yet. So for some reason, it was we have not received in our bank account yet. Not sure what's going on. So we can't pay contractors until that money gets to us. So work is at a temporary standstill, but there are other things we're working on. The box on Old Spanish Trail was designed too large. It's being redesigned. So the open Spanish Trail should be resolved in the next month or so. Again, because the box had to be redesigned and then put in there and it'll be covered up. So that will address that problem. Talking about city governance, we've made a lot of progress in kind of constraining how we pay for things as a city. Financially, we are reserving a lot more money than we were in previous months. Again, that just comes from reducing credit card expenditures, reviewing POs to make sure we're paying things that need to be paid on a certain deadline. Again, WEX cards have been issued to all staff for fuel, so we have a nice tight control on our fuel usage. And then streaming. Obviously, we're live on YouTube right now. And so this has been a very successful first attempt to stream. I'm hoping people appreciate this. The great thing about this streaming that we'll be doing is it's saved on YouTube forever. So while having minutes is great and having recordings is great, at any time someone can go to our YouTube page and review any council meeting to see a verbatim response of this council and everyone who spoke. I think it's critical from a transparency standpoint that this is all accessible 24/7 for anybody who wants to see it in real time. I do want to take a moment to allow the police department to give an update. I think historically we've kind of just dropped off some paper on your guys' desk to talk about the crime stats in the city. I think it's critical that we present a more detailed, robust crime update for us because it's important to note what our police department is doing on a day-to-day capacity. So I have Officer Booz or Detective Booz and our police chief will give a rundown on some data about the crime stats in the city of Uhland. Again, I think it's critical as we start making decisions as a city to see what is our police department is doing on a day-to-day capacity.
And just to
Bless you.
confirm, since
Sure.
this is not an agenda item, we cannot ask any questions or discuss anything.
Nope, this is 100% informational in its nature. And you can email me afterwards. I'm not sure, can they ask questions because it's a dialogue? Because it's
No,
part of my discussion.
It's not on the agenda.
So yeah, so this will be just us talking to you. And then there's a great opportunity for you to email me if you want more clarity at the next agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Can you hear me now? Good evening, council and mayor and committee members that are here this evening. So before we go into stats, before Detective Booz does a presentation about investigation and stats, I'd like to say something. So today I stand before you to talk about something that matters deeply to myself and this community. Safety, justice, and the people who work tirelessly to protect both. Our police department is only a year old, but in a short amount of time, it has already made a meaningful impact. This is not just a group of officers wearing badges. This is a team of dedicated men and women who chose a life of service, knowing the challenges, the risks, and the responsibility that comes with it. Every day, our officers are out there working cases, real cases that affect real people. They're responding to calls, investigating crimes, following leads, and ensuring that those who harm others are held accountable. Behind every arrest made is a victim who can finally breathe a little easier. Behind every case solved is a family that gets a sense of closure, a neighborhood that feels safer, and a message that sent that crime will not be tolerated here. But let's be clear, this work doesn't happen by accident. It takes long hours, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to doing what is right, even when it's difficult. Our officers are not just enforcing the law, they're building trust, forming relationships, and becoming a visible presence that reassures this community that someone is always looking out for them. At this time, we are facing a real challenge. We have already lost 2 officers from our department, one on Tuesday and one's leaving tomorrow. That is not just our number, that is experience, capability, and coverage that our community depends on. As a new department, every single officer matters. We cannot afford to lose more. If we do, the impact will not just be felt with our ranks, it will be felt out here in this community. Because when staffing goes down, response times increase. Cases take longer to solve. The ability to be proactive instead of reactive begins to fade. And ultimately, it is the people and the victims who suffer the most. And we must also recognize a hard truth. If this department did not exist, the consequences would be real and immediate. Victims would suffer in silence, crimes would be unanswered, those who prey on others would feel emboldened, the sense of safety we often take for granted would begin to erode. A police department is not just necessary, it's essential. It is the backbone of a secure and thriving community. Without it, justice becomes uncertain and fear begins to take its place. Our department is proving that even as a new organization, it can rise to the challenge. It is making arrests, solving cases, and standing firm in its mission to protect and serve. But beyond that, it's showing that it cares about victims, about families, and about the future of this community. So tonight, let us recognize and support the work being done. Let us stand behind those who stand for us. And let us never forget that safety is not something that just happens. It is built, maintained, and defended every single day. With that said, I met with Hays County Sheriff and Chief Deputy yesterday and Caldwell County Chief Deputy, Captain, and Sergeant today to inform them that starting April 23rd, our police department will be operating from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday, no weekends. We currently have 5 officers and a reserve. 2 officers will work 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. and 2 officers will work 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The reserve officer will cover as needed. I am hoping that we don't lose another officer or must cut another officer. These hours of operation and the reduction in the staff will save the city money. Just be aware that response time will increase when county agencies take over. Thank you. Refer to your city council case review. Officer Detective Boos worked this up and she's going to speak on it.
So there's a lot of numbers here and I'm going to try and go slow. If I start to get too fast, just slow me down. So this is the numbers for the entire time that we have been out here. So just a little over a year, up until yesterday. So we had new cases come in today, including a new sexual assault that doesn't have anything, it's not recognized on this document, okay? So the total calls for service for 1 year for the city of Uhland was 5,002, and you had 6 officers handling that call load. That's not somebody taking a report over the phone. That's not somebody just saying, oh, we're not going to go out there. That's not somebody going, we're too busy. That is an officer responded in person to those calls, every last one of them. The population of Uhland right now is approximately 5,000. It's not what the city limit sign says. It's not what the consensus says, because those are all out of date. So you had 6 officers dealing with a population of 5,000. Now, I've also listed out your surrounding agencies, and we're going to go into some of their numbers also. But The city of Uhland, we were operating with 1 chief and 6 officers. We're now operating with 1 chief and 4 officers. Hayes County, you've got 1 sheriff and 200 deputies with a population of 300,000. San Marcos, you've got a chief, 54 officers, population of 90,900. City of Kyle, 70,000 is your population. You've got 1 chief, 25 officers. Texas State University, which is its own city, and I can vouch for that because I worked there for a good period of time. Their population last year was 44,000. They have 1 chief, 16 officers. Buda has 16,500 population, 1 chief, 18 officers, and then Mustang Ridge has a population of 1,015. They have 1 chief and 14 officers. So when we go into the cases, again, calls for service, 5,002, handled by 6 officers. The total cases where a case was generated and investigated to some degree, depending on what the charge was and what the outcome was, 274 cases in a year and a month. Total arrests, 147 arrests. Total charges with 147 arrests were 323. That number I was able to locate after I turned these in, so I apologize that you don't have that. Total traffic stops in 1 year with 6 officers who are doing the job of 20. 2,687 stops in 2.4 miles. 1,208 citations. The rest were warnings or handled by arrests or case reports. You have 1 chief and 4 officers at this time, and together with all of us, you're looking at over 71 years of law enforcement experience. You won't get that if we lose more officers or if you have to hire new officers when we're gone, because you're going to have to hire young officers that have limited experience, limited knowledge, because they're the only ones that'll be able to come out here and afford to do this job. So the repercussions of that will be twofold. You'll have people that don't know how to handle situations and don't know how to handle the community. And if you want to tack on to it, they may or may not want to be here, but they need a job. We all want to be here. We've made foundations with the community. We meet and greet people all the time. Whether we're just out driving around, we stop and talk to people. You have officers that want to continue to be a part of the community. So in that 71 years of experience, you have multiple tens, thousands of hours of training. You can't buy that anywhere else, not with this few number of officers. If you're looking at a department that handles this call load, has the training and experience that we have, you need to go to at least Buda, at least their size of a department to get that. Please understand that. Chief has a Master's Peace Officer certification. I have a Master Peace Officer certification. Mike Rodriguez has a Master Peace Officer certification. Aaron Howe has a Master Peace Officer certification. That's the highest you can get. The only reason that Corporal Munoz doesn't have it is because he served in the military and doesn't have the ears because he served our country instead of going into law enforcement to begin with. You cannot get another department with these qualifications, training, and care. You can't replace us and still have that, because you're going to get young people who are out here wanting to fight with other folks, because we all know that there are officers that's all they're wanting to do, is they're wanting to get out, and if they have to go hands-on, that's the first thing they're going to do, right? That comes with experience not doing that. So the main part that I want y'all to understand, and again, even with all the case numbers and the stop numbers and all that, my biggest concern, and should be y'all's biggest concern as members of the community and as the people that make the decisions, I'm going to go over our sexual assault numbers. For a city of Uhland, 5,000 people for 1 year, we had for an adult who is over the age of 18, we have 5 cases. We have 6 suspects and 5 charges. So anytime you have a sexual assault, you can have a number of charges. At the very minimum, if the victim does decide to report it and does decide to move forward, they can also decide on what charges they want you to file. That is their right. Also note that when it comes to adults, 1 in 10 sexual assaults are reported to law enforcement. So if we take that number and multiply it by 10, we've got an astronomical number. This is every community. It's not just our community, but our numbers are extremely high. Extremely high. When it comes to sexual assault of a minor, who is a 10-year-old to a 17-year-old, we had 7 victims, 10 suspects, 5 cases. So some cases have multiple suspects, 18 charges. Large number of cases, but also a very large number of charges. Sexual assault of a child, anybody under the age of 10. We've got 12 victims in 1 year. 12. We've got 5 suspects for a total of 5 cases with 23 charges. Part of those cases that aren't accounted for are the unfounded. So you do have people that unfortunately do falsely report actions, just like you have people that falsely report 911 hangups or somebody's, beating me up or bullying me or whatever the charge could be. You have those in everything. One of those cases was referred to an outside agency because during the process of the investigation, it was learned that the actions were taken in another jurisdiction. 4 of those cases are still open and ongoing. We actually now, like I said, we have 5, so it's 5 still open and ongoing. 6 of them were closed and sent to the DA's office for prosecution. So they're in the process. When it comes to child abuse cases, we currently have 9 victims, 6 suspects. 2 of the cases were unfounded. 1 was referred to another jurisdiction. 3 were arrested, 5 charges, and the DA's prosecution is ongoing. We had 2 fatality events. We had the homicide over off Rocky Road that everybody knows about. And then we had the auto fatality out on 21. That was a intox manslaughter. Both cases were solved. Both cases have been charged and sent to the prosecutors. And so it's in the court systems now. In going back to the fact that we have 4 officers handling all the duties except for what the chief has, because he has certain duties that he has to do by state law. When it comes to my job alone, I am still a patrol officer, so I still respond to all the calls of service. When somebody calls and says I need, we go running. I'm still completing reports. I'm processing evidence. I'm beginning the investigations if needed. These are all mandated. Yeah. Yes. With a resisting charge. So we had to fight. And it's not what we want to do because it's exhausting. But these are all mandated by state law. I complete all investigations and follow-up investigations. I had an officer helping me, but that officer is no longer with us. So it all goes back on me. I have to, because the state and federal government get involved in law enforcement, and just like they get involved in government and your taxes and everything else, they oversee a lot of things that we do. So mandated by state and law and federal authorities, I have to correct the reports. I have to make sure that they fit all the guidelines that go with the charging. I have to then move them on to NIBRS, which is that acronym, It's basically the federal government, the FBI's crime stats. And you've never fought with a computer program more than you'll ever fight with NIBRS. The average case report, even if it's as simple as somebody broke into a car, will take almost an hour and a half to get it through NIBRS. And again, that's mandated by state and federal. I assist with evidence processing because we have that much. I'm on call for all felony offenses committed, particularly for crime, people crimes. I have bi-monthly meetings with Hayes County Women's Center, whether I'm on duty or not, because usually these happen when I'm not on duty. I have bi-monthly staffing of cases with the DA's office, including additional meetings anytime that we need to discuss a case or charging. I assist CPS with all their investigations, and I usually end up with about 3 referrals weekly. And it has to go out, you have to go out and you have to start an investigation. You got to do everything that's involved as if it was called in for a disturbance. I coordinate with outside agencies to collect evidence, go and pick it up wherever it may be, because you cannot ship mail. You can't ship evidence through UPS or the post office or anything like that. Used to, a couple of years back, they would allow you to do UPS. You cannot do that anymore. Anything that's evidence related, you have to drive there, however far it is, and pick it up. That is also mandated. I have to coordinate with other agencies like the sexual assault of a child that was referred over to us just yesterday and today. So I have to refer with them and collect the evidence from them. And then I have to walk through their investigation with them to see where the investigation begins for me. This takes hours upon hours to do. And that's not even beginning my report or my investigation. That's just the debrief. And then on top of it, I work as a victim's assistant, which is not my job. But I have to call and follow up with victims and explain to them where we are in the investigation and explain to them what we're hoping to accomplish and where we're moving and if there are any concerns with the investigation, and then explain to them the court proceedings and whether or not there's going to be any charging. That's my job, just my job. That is 6 full-time positions at any other police department. 6. Corporal Munoz, again, is a patrol officer, so he's out there answering every call. He completes the reports, he processes evidence. He's also doing all open records for the police department because they have to be handled a certain way. He's doing all the intake on evidence. So when I go out and collect it, I have to log it in, then he has to in-process it into our evidence, and then he has to disseminate it to whatever lab it needs to go to, whatever department it needs to go to, and so forth. And then once we make an arrest, it has to go over to the DA's office. And you have time frames that it all has to be over there, because if we've made an arrest, they have to be indicted if it's a felony and a misdemeanor within a certain amount of days. And those are set in stone. If you don't get your discovery and all of our reports and all of our evidence over to the DA's office within those time frames, your case goes by and you have to start over if you can, due to double jeopardy. So Corporal Munoz is doing 4 people's job, full-time jobs. Corporal Howell, he's responding to calls, doing the reports, collecting evidence, just like any other patrol officer, and he's in charge of the sex offender registry and enforcement. Again, he's doing 2 people's jobs. And then you've got Officer Mike Rodriguez. He does the majority of the work to allow the rest of us to do all the extra stuff that we have to do. He goes out and takes the majority of the reports and brings us back good reports and good interviews so that it makes our job a little bit simpler. So please understand, We are doing everything we possibly can with not enough people and not enough support. And if this was any other department or any other city, the officers would all walk. They really would. We don't want to do that. We want to stay here. We like the people. My victims are why I'm here. But I can't get to their cases fast enough. Property crime cases, on your piece of paper, it shows the investigation. Of course, it depends on the charges, the number of suspects, the number of victims, if it's an engaging case or if it's just one theft, whatever it might be. So some of this is interchangeable. But property crimes could take a couple of days to a couple of months. Just depends on the evidence, on whether or not we're finding it, and whether or not we're finding the people. It also depends on a lot on the community helping us, which is why we are out there talking to folks and making friends and bridging those gaps. Person crimes, usually a couple of days, quite honestly. And these are mostly your simple assaults, some family violence assaults, because once the incident is ended, it usually has a cool down period at the very minimum. So it allows for us to do the investigation and get the proper charges in place and then get the arrest warrants. But also please note that writing an arrest warrant, 2 hours. Writing a search warrant for anything, 5.5 hours on a good day. On a good day. Then you have to go and find a judge who's willing to look at it and consider signing it. You also, generally, we take it to an ADA to have them look at it and approve it prior to taking it to the judge. And you got certain hours that you can do that, because judges, they don't work after hours. Unless it's a felony person's crime. So child abuse, family violence, all of this. Initial report, collection of evidence, documenting damages, documenting injuries, making sure that you get victim services out there. Make sure you get your victims to the hospital. Make sure you find your suspect. Make sure you interview everyone, including the neighbors and the neighbors down the street, because everybody's heard the argument. They've heard all the arguments. So it takes anywhere from a couple of days to a few weeks, usually with family violence or assaults. Then you move on to the sexual assaults. Whether there are some variations between children and adults, but with the children, you do all of these steps. The children, you have to contact the Women's Center, and you have to get them forensically interviewed by a professional therapist who specializes in children of victims of crimes. So we don't interview children because we're the big bad police and we scare them. And somebody in their family has told them to be scared of us. Most likely, their perpetrator. So we go through that. Well, we have to schedule that. And that schedule is on them. That does not include when we can do it. So a lot of times we do it on our off time. The off time keeps building up, and we don't get paid overtime. So we are giving you more of ourselves than anybody else. With sexual assault victims, you have to get them a safe exam. So you have to locate a safe nurse, and you have to take them wherever that may be. It may be San Marcos, it may be Kyle, it may be Dell Children in Austin, it may be far north Austin, it could be San Antonio. But you have to take them there and get that exam done. Then you have to collect all the evidence and bring it back, process it in, complete your reports, upload all your videos, start working on your interviews. It all takes massive amounts of time. And in the meantime, I'm trying to answer call for service because another assault is popping off, or another drunken disorderly is popping off. You have to interview everybody, and it could be one person or it could be 20. I'm finalizing a case that has 35 interviews. Each interview took roughly 2 hours, and it takes about 4.5 hours to write them up. It adds up real fast. So when this happens, it could take anywhere from several weeks to several months. We've got some that we've processed and been able to work up in 3 weeks. That was a very, very simple one. One victim, one suspect, thankfully. But you still have to take things to the lab. So you have to drive to the DPS lab because, again, you can't use the mail, you can't use the post office, you can't use UPS. You have to hand deliver it, and then you have to wait for them to call and say, hey, we have a hit, we have a subject that makes a confirmation, and then you got to go to that subject, write a search warrant, get it signed, collect their DNA, come back, process it, and take that to the lab and wait on them to be able to have time to get it confirmed. It could take years at that point. And then every so often, I have to call that victim and explain to them, we are still working on it. We're still waiting on the lab results. All these cases that deal with people, if there's June bugs, right? If there is an assault, an EPO is filled out. An EPO is an emergency protective order for the victim. That takes anywhere from an hour to 3 to fill out, depending on how many people are in their household and who should be protected as well. Then you have to get it over to the jail and get them to enter it. You have to wait for your NIC number, which could take a little bit, usually not. And then you've got a protection order in place. It's only temporary. It's for 31 to 60 days. And then they have to reapply. And they do that with us, and they do that with the DA's office. Anytime you've got to get medical records, you've got to get records from DPS, you've got to get records from anybody. You either have to have a search warrant or a grand jury subpoena, and both of them have to be written up, and both of them take a considerable amount of time as well, because they have to be very, very specific. You apply for all arrest warrants, the grand jury subpoenas, and then you file all your warrants with the county clerk. So again, once I've got them all signed, I've executed them, collected all my evidence, did what I had to do, I still have to go back over to the DA's office, to the clerk's office, and file them all, and then come back. So once I complete my case, I take it over, I make a meeting time with one of the DAs, ADAs, and I present my case. What do I have? Are we good? Is there more interviews or more information I need to find out? And they're very open with us, and they're very generous with their time because they know that we're so short-staffed. And they help us a lot. But they don't do any of the investigation. That's not their job. That's ours. So one of the sexual assault investigations, it could take anywhere from weeks to years. And right now, like I said, we have 5 open cases, and they're all mine. But I'm also answering calls for service. I'm also collecting evidence. I'm also answering phone calls from the community. Something's got to give. So when people don't understand our numbers, these are our numbers for 1 year. Everybody wants to say 1,500 people. It's not 1,500 people. That was from 2020. When people want to ask why we're driving our cars as long as we are and far as we are, these are your reasons. It's all there. The problem that I have found and that has been presented to me is a lot of people make assumptions. They make uneducated guesses or just spout their opinion about law enforcement and what our jobs are and what they entail. And they don't come and ask us. But they do want to crucify us because we're the cops, we're the bad guys. And that's understandable. We understood that starting in 2020. Everybody made it very prevalent and very obvious to us. We still do the job because we love the job. But sometimes it's very hard. So if you guys have any questions off of any of the numbers or any of the reasons or any of the information, send me an email, send me a text, come and see me over that building. A lot of people see my car there when I'm on duty, parked in front of that building. That's because I'm constantly doing paperwork. If I'm not there, it's because I'm on an active call, like the chief said. The house we went to tonight, we've been there 15 times. Same issue, same arrest, same fight. It's not everybody. But without us, the county will come. Believe me, they will. But instead of 3 to 5 minutes, it's going to be 20. Because, yes, because after dark, all the calls for service for county are on the north side of 35. That means there's very, very limited in the south side between San Marcos and 183. So your calls will be answered. But unfortunately, it's got to be that they have people available and they're not out on a big event like they've been dealing with a lot lately, and they have somebody available to come take your call. Or you just wait. I have a lot of people in the community to tell me they're glad we're here because in the past, Caldwell didn't show up, and sometimes Hayes didn't. And I explained to them, I can't tell you their exact reasons at that time, but I can tell you they are both very busy departments and they're doing their best. So are we. We're a lot more busy than anybody realizes, and nobody's asked us. That's all I've got.
With that, if there's a lot to unpack, so if anybody has any questions or comments or future agenda items or things you want to discuss with me, feel free to email me. And as Detective Booth says, they're also available for questions throughout the weeks. They're always here. But there's a lot to unpack. So shoot me an email if you want to discuss anything further in detail in the upcoming weeks.
Thank you so much. We're going to close out the meeting at 10:32. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for joining us.